All right, I believe we're good to go.
Okay, thank you very much. I see attendees piling in. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the November monthly meeting of ANC 1B. All right, I'll kick us off then. As always, we have a guest speaker at 6:30. The proper meeting will start at 7 p.m. Our guest speaker tonight is Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, Lindsay Appiah, also a proud 1B resident, as we make sure to emphasize every time she comes to visit us. Appreciate your making the time to see us, and welcome Nicole from your staff as well, who of course has been very helpful in arranging this visit. Um, Normally, we can offer you a little bit of time if there's any status updates you want to offer. I do prefer to leave most of the time for Q&A, and if you're interested in just taking 2 or 3 minutes to make a statement, that's fine.
Yeah, sure, of course. So first, I want to say thank you again to Commissioner Duramo for having me. It is my home SMD. I actually have been a neighbor for 12 years. So really, you are my neighbors. And so I know that I want to leave as much time for questions as possible. I think for those who haven't met me, like what I want to say about this time, and I acknowledge that there is a host of feelings. I know my neighbors and that people have very legitimate feelings of anger, frustration, fear, anxiety about what's happened in our city over the year, over the past several months, what's happening in our country. And I think that's all very legitimate. I'm a really kind of open book person. Like this is my 13th year in DC government, and I serve because I love the city and I love the people in it. And so I'm here for it all. Like we're in this thing together, truly, and that there's no special wisdom that people sitting in my seat have on how to deal with what have been kind of extraordinary times and situations. And so I know that we've not by any means done anything perfectly, but the heart that I have behind it is how do we keep as many people safe? And that is means many things. I have a public health background with a focus on maternal and child health. How do we keep as many people safe? And then how do we hold on to things like our autonomy after that? And so how we have worked our way through really what has felt at times like a tsunami, like trying to hold a tsunami back with your hands. There's like those have been the guiding principles. And so I'm happy to answer any questions about where we are and what's going on and even why to the extent I can, acknowledging it's so dicey, like and that we are uniquely vulnerable and have unique just proximity that makes things just so tricky here in the district. But I think I'll leave it at that and just, open it up for people to ask questions.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I think I want to start off with sort of a fundamental question. I mean, I think you know that the most frequent question we get about the federal situation, is some variation on what is MPD doing with ICE, right?
Yeah.
That's just like where the community's focus is. I understand that that's um, a complicated question, right? It's not worded in like an easy way for you to respond to, I guess, on like
No,
technical
no, no.
grounds.
Like,
So, I mean,
it's
let me ask you, take it where you want.
okay.
I think the sort of maybe a productive way to frame that is to ask you to explain what governs that relationship, right?
Yep.
Or the MPD's relationship with multiple federal law enforcement agencies who are surging here.
Yep.
But especially everyone wants to know about CBP and ICE.
Yep.
Are there formal MOUs in place, or is it just statute and reg that guides that? How is that constrained?
Yeah, so the first thing is ICE, right? Like, so you're right. There's HSI or like CBP, and then there's ICE, right? Like, so what governs our relationship currently is like people keep asking what policy is MPD operating under. There was a general order that was put in place during the surge because we have 3,000 over 3,000 officers, and having nothing sort of a free for all just doesn't work, right? Like, and there was a change from what has been longstanding MPD policy and practice, and so that was put in place at the end of the emergency. What the mayor said is true. It is not that what we went back to is what the general order says, which is general order, it's like PCA 70201, which is MPD doesn't do federal immigration enforcement. And so with ICE, there are some things in there that like it specifically says if there's like criminal warrants, that there's a process by which that generally happens. And so I think that's like just the overarching. So when the mayor's like, we don't work with ICE in that way, like it's per that policy. What is different and what was like unanticipated because of all these different federal forces that came in is the CBP part, because they don't, prior to this administration, they really didn't do like interior immigration enforcement. So we didn't have the knowledge of this relationship. So in the mayor's order, you'll see they were excluded because that is not an entity that we work with generally. What's happened and what you've heard the mayor said is what the really dicey and persistent and consistent political work that we've done is to like try to have them removed from the federal task force, because that's really where they are embedded into. And that is like our consistent and persistent acts. But the other thing within that is like, okay, can you not enforce around schools? Can you, all the things that we've asked, right? Like, they need to be identified. Can you stop with the raiding construction sites and, restaurants and these things? And like, we just keep asking because the federal government's clear. Our position on this is very different than theirs. And so that's kind of where we are, is like when the mayor says it is a consistent and like the thing that we are working on the most, that is the facts of where it is. And
Hmm.
that's kind of, I don't know if that answers the question or if that.
Yeah, so you're saying that when you say you've tried to have them removed from the federal task force, that's what, all DHS components?
That's right, because if you look at so the two, I guess what's the HSI and CBP, so the DHS components, because in the mayor's order, again, like we were like, these are the agencies we work with. And the reason those agencies were listed is because when it comes to law enforcement, we have a number of that I don't think people know, like federal task forces and things that we regularly work with, whether it's on DEA on drugs, or our carjacking task force that has multiple federal entities, or on intelligence issues. And so that was who we were used to working with. And, post-emergency, we're like, these are the entities that we work with. So yes, the work is having them decoupled from the federal task force.
But that hasn't happened yet.
Well, and
It's something you're.
here's the thing, like, is what we know, and like, this is where the kind of thing about the district is we're like, none of us asked for this and none of us want this here. Like that's just a fact. But because we're in DC, we know they're here, right? And so it becomes this thing of how do we consistently like bring to the table what residents want and what our values are and what we're looking for and how we're looking to keep people safe in our community. And like we have to be kind of present in those conversations, because there was a time where honestly we were more arm's length, and it was like became like a free-for-all of the Fed being like, we're going to be here and do what we want. And we're like, this is dangerous. It's dangerous for people. So that's
Mhm.
that's where things stand, is like, okay, like we don't want this. We don't want them in the federal task force. Okay, like we don't want enforcement here.
But
Like,
they are still on the federal task force,
yes,
the DHS components. Right. And I
yes,
mean, I noticed, I'm glad you raised them asking in the identifiability of the officers. It's something we've passed a resolution on. And at least a dozen other commissions have done that too. I know it was the final clause in that mayor's order in September that established the operations center. Uh, What does that effort look like? I mean, how are you advocating to change their behavior and their policies? I don't think we've seen any difference on the ground. I saw pictures posted from last week, and they're still covering their faces. They're still wearing the vests that just say police, which, they don't meet the definition, like the layman's definition of police. It says federal officer or whatever, right? That no badge. There's no easy way to follow up transparently, for accountability in terms of inquiring where did this person go? Because the first question you need to answer is, well, call the agency that took them. What agency took them? Nobody knows, right? That
yeah.
behavior is not changing. So can you talk about like, what efforts have you made to change that behavior?
So the main thing is like, so obviously we have to look, and like these are not easy things, at what's happening in the courts on those pieces. And like when we're determining like, is there a legal kind of basis. There's a number of cases working their way through the courts, but as you see, it's not fast. It's like these are slow. So what we've had to do is regular actual meeting, conversation. And the other thing is when people see these things, like I'm like open to people providing that to me because what helps, I'm a lawyer, right? Every time, and I am the person that the mayor is tasked with really managing this because what was happening is this federal app, when I tell you it's like a tsunami, they're everywhere, like all in agencies at all levels, and there's no way to, there was not a structure to be like, this just can't be this way. Like it's disorderly, it's chaotic, and maybe it's intentionally intended to be that way, right? To sort of overwhelm. And so when those instances are happening, I encourage people to send to me because it's easier for me to have a real conversation with the decision makers with examples than kind of any other way, if that makes sense. Because then I have evidence to point to and with actual like HSI, with DHS, with the White House.
Sure, but it's not like they're denying that they're using masks. Like you don't need to show them pictures to prove them wrong.
But I can't point to like in this instance, like we've continued to ask, this is where we're seeing this without that. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Mm.
so I understand people's frustration. It's our own, but like we have to use kind of the tools that are available. And if it's not Congress, doesn't seem to have a whole lot of kind of sway, and we don't have a congressional delegation where when we feel like we have legal arguments trying to make them there, then we have to continue to be in there and beat the drum over and over and over again with DHS, HSA, right? Like with the DOJ, which is what we do.
Mind if I jump in,
Go ahead.
Chairman? So two quick questions, Deputy Mayor, and thanks for being here. The first is a quick one, hopefully just following up on a comment that you made. You said that um, there was a time when you were really hands-off and the feds were just sort of running rampant. Can you clarify what it means to be more hands-on now? What is MPD doing that is more hands-on with the feds, and
Yeah.
where do you see better results there?
So one of the things is that the president obviously originally put into place like the first executive order back in, I think it was March, right? For that established, that was the, what is it, Safe and Beautiful Task Force. And I think that the district's participation at that point was we answered questions, but we were not like, we were not actively engaging in the processes, and they had law enforcement sections and all of those things. That was not a choice that we made. When the surge happened, and it was before so the original surge began on August 7th. What we saw was law enforcement just kind of come immediately into the city under the Marshal Service. And this was before the declared emergency on the 10th. And they're rolling through neighborhoods with jump outs and all of these things that were like, this is not appropriate police practice. It's also extremely dangerous, right? Like at every level, right? Like this is not going to be, like, I don't know what we're like, this is just not policing. Like this is, we need constitutional policing. And so during like, that was a few days, we're like, okay, there needs to be coordination. Then like, you can't just roll into neighborhoods you don't know to say that you're assisting without actually having any knowledge of the footprint of the area otherwise. And so there was an attempt at operational coordination where there could be with law enforcement, right? When I talk about law enforcement, I'm really like the Marshal Service to say, if you're going to patrol an area, like, then you need to have at least a lieutenant or someone who understands that PSA, right? Like, because each neighborhood is different, and putting 25 people jumping out of carts, someone that's not going to be.
So
like,
that was the basis of the collaboration between MPD and the federal agents on their
That's
immigration
correct.
enforcement, was an
No,
interest in MPD. Sorry, maybe I
no.
misunderstood you.
So with the immigration enforcement, that came as a result of, right, like we went to court. The court seemed to indicate that it felt that that was a purpose, a federal purpose. And so what we tried to do, you saw in the original order, was to give 2 areas in which the district would participate. And so it was, I think there was traffic enforcement or and then provision of information. And so, or I think I need to look and see what those two areas were, but that was, the basis was the declaration and invocation of 740,
Okay.
right?
And so that leads well into my other question. So I'm sure you're aware of the incident on September 25th in Ward 5 where an MPD officer pulled over someone and then handed that person over to immigration enforcement who arrived. This all happened in front of a school, in front of a playground at dismissal. Children were crying. When parents said, "Hey, can you just move this somewhere else?" They were threatened with arrest by MPD. At one point, the MPD officer said, "If you don't want us here, then don't call 911 next time you need us." So I'm pretty confident you wouldn't endorse that behavior by MPD. Can you talk about what you're doing to make sure that doesn't happen again? And I'd love to hear if you've had contact with the school.
Yeah,
Have
with
you
TC bilingual.
have as MPD
Oh,
like
yes.
apologized
The
to the
chief,
school? So
yeah, so the chief is connected directly with, so we have a long-standing relationship with DC Bilingual, including myself with Danella, right? Like, and so that is a terrible, terrible incident. Like, nobody over on our side is saying that was a good incident, anything that we would want to see happen. And so, yes, there's been contact with her. And when we talk about things like any sort of enforcement in front of schools or otherwise, those are the conversations that we have both with federal law enforcement and ourselves. Like, you know, I think one of the things that we say is like trust is hard fought and it's easily lost. And that you can have 2,000, and there are over 2,000 calls for service a day to MPD. But when a call goes poorly and goes bad and tempers flare and things like that happen, then it's going to take work to rebuild trust, and we recognize that. And so the like works in progress of like, how do we work with this situation that, again, is it kind of a change in practice, right, of how we generally operate? That's why the mayor continues to say getting a decoupling, right, like, is really important. And then, like you said, like continuing to work like directly with DC Bilingual and others. There's outreach to Mundo Verde. There's been outreach to me from schools with the National Guard, and I've talked to them like, no, we don't want you around schools. And so when I say like it's a constant right now, kind of when an incident happens, letting us know and seeing what we can do both to remedy the situation and see if there's policy changes that need to be made. Like that's kind of the constant work of, okay, like how do we adjust to this reality that we're in?
great. Yeah, I'm sympathetic to your lack of control over the federal sort of, but I feel like you probably have some degree of control over MPD, and so I think your voice noting that MPD's behavior, sort of terrifying children, breaking trust with the school, yelling at staff, telling them not to call 911, your voice saying that's not how we build relationships in our community. That's not how we build trust. I think is important. And so I hope you'll use your voice and, be more proactive at sort of where we have control, where we have the ability to make changes, where we can take ownership of where we've made mistakes. Because I worry that there's a risk that the federal overreach is such that it provides a cover for the mayor and the DC administration to move away from what they can control and where you can sort of build trust with the community.
Absolutely not. Like, so I understand that. And I think that's a legitimate affair. And one of the things that I say is like, we're not going to get it right every time. And like, this has been, like nothing that I think any of us sitting in our seats thought we'd ever have to like figure out on not even a daily basis, but like, okay, this thing is happening. How do you adjust? This thing is happening. How do you adjust? It is, our communities deserve us like coming to the table, like staying in the arena, being like, we missed it there. We're trying this here. And so you have my commitment to doing that. Yeah, you just have my commitment to doing that. Like, I hope, I'm someone who shows up, and like I said at the beginning, like, people being upset, legitimate, right? Like completely legitimate. And I don't kind of brush that off or say that there isn't legitimate reasons why people are concerned about incidents, upset about incidents, and we'll continue to show up, we'll continue to adjust, we'll continue to say, you know what, we missed the mark when we did. Continue to work with our schools and vulnerable populations and just, work to rebuild trust. So.
I know stemming from that incident at DC Bilingual, there were multiple complaints filed with MPD about that, do not call 911 and all of that. Are you able to confirm that there is an internal investigation going on?
Yeah, so there were complaints to the Office of Police Complaints. And so like even having met with them, we know that those are working their way through, which is so there's like dual processes. There's obviously like internal reviews at MPD, and then there's also OPC, which exists like for the reason because, sometimes we need to be doing like internal review, but we also know that there needs to be external accountability as well. And so I know that there are complaints in OPC that they're investigating and will make recommendations as well.
Okay, thank you. Community questions, of course, are welcome in the Q&A box. I have two that have come in already by email in advance. Let me ask you, since, as your duty, as leading the SBEOC, I understand that, you're tasked in the mayor's order with receiving requests from federal partners, service requests. Can you talk about what exactly that means, how you process that, and confirm that I assume that because DHS is still working in the task force, you're receiving service requests from DHS?
There really weren't. So honestly, the service request piece was really in the emergency, right? Like because under the emergency or under the 740, like requests for services come through. So the law enforcement side, much of what it's turned into is how do we work together on intelligence gathering or on closing homicide cases, which is what we said is what we want people, that's what we want to be focused on, is reducing crime, right? Like using law enforcement resources to help reduce crime. So that's really where been like most of the kind of work has been happening in the law enforcement spaces, is like, how do we like reduce not only carjacking, but robberies, and how do we work together on intelligence? So the request for services really was a 740 thing on the law enforcement side. In the other space, there'll be questions, about that come in from community or other places, and sometimes even the Fed about like beautification things, right? Like, and that's really more of what it is now, is like, NPS efforts around fountains, like you see,
Sure.
and like making sure
Let's
that, yeah,
let's talk about
that's,
that
Coupon
under
circles.
separate government.
yeah.
So you're not really receiving service requests through that mechanism now, which means
No.
that okay, so the federal enforcement activity that people are seeing on the streets that maybe is bothering them or they think is violates human rights or whatever it might be, those aren't, each one is not an individual request that goes through your
No,
office for support. That's them just acting independently. So
that's right.
you're not doing any analysis of the legality like you were doing with those requests.
That's why when I said at the beginning, like when things are happening, if I'm made aware, that's helpful, because it is not like, during the 740 emergency where it's like after we went to court and it was made clear, like you need to make requests to the mayor versus like just being kind of a free for all over the place. There was a more streamlined kind of law enforcement way that requests were being made, but a lot of what they're doing is relatively independent. Yeah, so no, I'm not getting like requests, can we do
Sure.
this thing? But there are sometimes too where it's, there's this like interesting thing where sometimes parents, I just use example, now want National Guard in spots, but then I'll hear from schools, they don't want National Guard in certain places. So I then communicate with the National Guard, please don't be here, or whatever the case may be. So it's more of that. And like I said, beautification, quite a bit, so.
Did you receive a service request for federal law enforcement agencies to have access to MPD's scanner frequencies?
No.
It was raised at the human rights hearing in the council last week. Someone said that the federal law enforcement agencies were using MPD's radio frequencies, and that's seemed to be the mechanism through which they were finding out, where they could tag along to some kind of encounter that MPD was having.
So, I mean, there are like, there are some joint channels, maybe like people, or some of the, maybe marshals. I don't know, like when people are talking about access to our radio frequencies, like, but I didn't receive a request for that. So I I didn't see
Yeah.
that portion either, but no.
Okay. I mean, the community notices, right, that MPD does a traffic stop and then CBP or ICE shows up,
And that has,
too
again, like some
too
of that has to do
conveniently.
with the other federal entities as well, too, that people kind of, I think, need to remember.
Mm. But
I
what's
mean,
your
as I
understanding of how
understand it,
they know?
MPD, as I
Go ahead.
understand it, the federal partners do have access to MPD's radio. Like they are hearing service, they are hearing like the chatter on the radio, and they are choosing where and how to respond. But it sounds like they are generally responding to more serious incidents and less what we might call, I guess, regular service requests that are maybe lower in terms of urgency and danger. But yeah.
The focus now is on violent crime. Like that just is, and that's what we want. Like that is kind of what we wanted, right? Like if we're going to have law enforcement partners, like I said, there's been much more of a shift, quite frankly. There is still some patrol, more you see on kind of weekends and times where there's lots of people or lots of activity, but primarily what we've tried to focus on is things that help us bring violent crime down to closure.
Mm-hmm. So what's your understanding of how they're seemingly showing up everywhere that MPD is, doing a traffic stop? I mean, is it just because they're out there watching?
I don't think I don't know they're showing up everywhere MPD is doing traffic stops. Like there will be sometimes joint radio channels. I can't say like, I need to check with more clarity on like who's got what radios or access to what channels. So when you asked was there a request for frequencies? No. And that's why I'm like, I need to check on what that is that you're asking me.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense, but.
Sure. Obviously, there's a lot of friction about that moment there when like the MPD encounter ends, right? And a federal agency is standing by and they sort of grab the person, or there are video clips where it seems real cozy there, right? Where the person is sort of walked over from, MPD to a federal agency, or, I know you're trying to get around, sanctuary values and other.
No, we're not.
Pro-
No. We're not trying to get around.
I don't mean you're trying to evade it. I mean, I know that you're not allowed to use a MPD property or whatever to transfer somebody from custody in that sense.
Like we're trying to abide by our laws while also
Correct.
managing the inflow of federal law enforcement that we didn't, right? Like,
Right.
that's why
But I'm saying
saying
at that moment of I want to say interaction, you were going to say there's not an interaction there, right, between MPD and the federal agency. It's just that they're sort of, adjacent to one another after MPD has an encounter, say a traffic stop, right? There's that. I think people are trying to understand, how is MPD being instructed to act in that situation where they're adjacent to one another on the street, right? And they've terminated an encounter, and then a federal agency is standing there waiting to essentially apprehend that person. And MPD is left in a weird position, right? Where they appear to many people that appears to be
well, we
collaboration
understand.
in the minds of many people. But there's also no documentation in those cases, right? MPD is sort of washing its hands of that entire encounter. And there's no sort of form that they fill out. That's not part of their incident report, right? To sort of detail what happened to the person after that encounter ended.
If they're not in MPD custody, right? Like if they're in federal custody, then that becomes, right? Like, I don't know what paperwork or otherwise that the federal government has, or the arresting agency, if it's US Marshal Service or another. One would assume that they have arrest reports. They're just not ours, right?
Sure, but in terms of then the guidance that they're being given, our officers, right? How are they being instructed to think about that moment, that sort of transitional moment when their encounter ends?
So
Because, I mean, as much as we're talking about building and trying to rebuild public trust and all of this, that moment really creates a lot of problem for public perception, right? Where there appears to be collusion there, let's say, just because of the way that they're physically adjacent to one another, even though if they're not handing over someone physically. How are officers thinking about that moment?
I think that they're thinking about, right, like if they're done with the encounter, federal law enforcement is there. And if they've run something through and have found that there is an open warrant, then the federal entities who are enforcing immigration then do take custody. That just is a fact. I think the difference between this now and perhaps what is in the policy is that there wouldn't necessarily be as many opportunities for encounter. And what we've tried to do is reduce those, to be honest with you, by reducing things like traffic stops and enforcement where that could happen. And that's some of what we've tried to do, because I think mainly where people saw that was in the traffic enforcement space, right? That's really where primarily people were seeing that. And we're like, okay, if we can reduce these interactions so that there isn't so much opportunity for that kind of handoff, then that's what we'll do. And that was kind of in response to things that community raised. And so some of it is the political work of decoupling, and some of it is like, well, then, if this is what's causing kind of friction and also those interactions, then we need to think about how often we do that. And so there has been a reduction in that as well.
So the stats would show that there's MPDs doing reduced traffic enforcement, and the rationale for that is to lower the sort of attack vector for the federal agents.
That's correct.
I mean, the audience question I have queued up here segues really well from this. One of our constituents wrote to us and said, I'd love to hear about the convoys of MPD and federal agents that have been detaining people in our neighborhood. It has consistently been MPD, HSI, and FBI, though I have seen CBP with them as well. They just arrested someone in our ANC within the last hour and were hiding their badge numbers and faces from cameras, refusing to share the names or badge numbers with responders. And the MPD officers were riding in the same unmarked cars as federal agents. So anything that our guest speaker can share about the naked collaboration between MPD and federal LEOs would be excellent.
Yeah, so there is warrant enforcement, right? Like, so there's regular policing, and I think that some of the things that people that even prior to the federal surge or any of this, I think people maybe weren't as hyper aware of it, but that regular policing does involve things like warrant execution. And that primarily, if you're seeing that kind of operation, that primarily before the surge and now we still have to police. And so I think that, like, because of all that's happened, I think there's a heightened awareness of it. Not all of it is immigration enforcement. Some of it is people have committed crimes, and that we still have to execute warrants and do like regular enforcement. So if MPD is arresting, there'll be an arrest report for that, right? Like, we talked about carjacking task force and other task forces that we have, that HSI and CBP honestly are not only doing immigration enforcement, because somewhat they're assigned some number of their officers to assist with law enforcement. So you are seeing things like marshal service warrant execution, which is always kind of law enforcement activity. And so I can't speak to what that specific incident is. I'm happy to look into it, but the nature of kind of policing is that we did
Sure.
then and still do have warrant execution. We still then and do have kind of law enforcement that we have to do.
So you're saying in a situation like that, this could be a non-immigration enforcement activity. And in those cases,
MPD does not do federal law enforcement or federal immigration enforcement. So if you're seeing that,
if it's a ride along, you're saying that it's a different type of.
That's correct. That primarily,
Right.
I can't, like, I would need to look into this incident, but that is some of what people are seeing, is that we have something called Cardiff, which is it's the Capital Area Regional Task Force. That a lot of, if I were to show you our like who generally picks up homicide suspects, you would see a grouping of a bunch of different law enforcement, both federal and local, both DC and other, because they work together in these regional task forces as well. And that it has always been kind of the case in the district. The difference now is that because federal law enforcement, that you wouldn't, it's always FBI, kind of those entities that have been a part of it. Well, CBP and others have been assigned not only to do immigration, it's like, you're part of these efforts, which is why we're saying the decoupling is needed, because when people see that, they think all the time it's immigration enforcement, when sometimes it just isn't. It's law enforcement.
Sure. Okay, that's interesting. I'll forward this to you. I'd love to dig into this specific case. I mean, I think people think I don't know in absolutes, right? Often, our perception is that the executive is telling us MPD does not do ride-alongs, with CBP. But you're saying there could be a case where it's not an immigration enforcement thing. There's a
No, the
larger
immigration,
investigation going on,
that's right.
right? And so then they would be doing a ride-along, and then that people feel like the trust is broken because they see, when there's more nuance to it possibly than that. Okay, I'll pass that along by email, and thank you very much for the community member for sending that in. Anything else before we wrap up the guest speaker segment?
I had a quick question. I mean, I guess I don't know the right solution here or the right response or what the potential policies are, but I do think, and I would ask, I would hope that there's some creative brainstorming going on in terms of how can we disentangle MPD from these immigration enforcement scenarios in a cleaner way that makes it clear to the community that this is not what DC is prioritizing, that we are not putting resources to this, and that, MPD officers really are not there to enforce immigration. They're there to bring down crime, like you said, and keep the community safe. So I don't know if that needs to be some sort of policy where MPD leaves the scene as soon as, a federal law enforcement officer takes someone into custody, especially for an immigration violation. But I do think, like Miguel's saying, there needs to be a clearer signal and a clearer boundary and policy about when MPD is involved and when they're not involved, and saying that like MPD needs the cover to say, this is our policy. Like, I can't violate this policy. We are not going to get involved with this at this point. This is on you guys. Like, this is not something that we are going to be cooperating with right
I
now.
think that's fair. And like, I think that's fair. Just like our previous policy was so much clearer because
Mhm.
we didn't have this type of law
Yeah,
enforcement in the space, right? Like, and
sure.
so then the next iteration was because we had the emergency. And so it's possible, I think, like we went back to the previous, but there's some nuance that we certainly can look at that like creates sort of um while we're doing all the political work that creates kind of
Mhm.
clarity for community and also for officers. I think that's fair. That's a fair.
Yeah, because I'm worried that they don't really know what they're supposed to be doing. Like, I'm worried that they don't have a clear policy or guidance, or like they are deferring to federal law enforcement because, they're the feds, they're in charge, they're more experienced, like they have more power than us. So I am just worried about these scenarios where officers are deferring to federal partners when they should be stepping up for whatever the department-wide policy is, or whatever
Hmm.
laws we have passed or will pass in the future, since this does not seem like an issue that's going away.
Got it.
I would, yeah, really underscore that and say, I appreciate the situation. I think we all appreciate the situation you're in, but I think Commissioner Barrio has it right there that to the community, just to convey this to you, the notion that like, well, we throw up our hands because a federal agency arrived, it's not our problem anymore, is insufficient, right? I understand, legally preemption, like your hands are tied in the sense, but to the community, that hand washing is not appropriate.
That's
I don't know
I,
fair.
what the
I
solution could
understand
be
what you're
there.
saying. I would say they're not washing hands. They cannot detain someone, right? Like, and so that, right? Like, so there are some things within law enforcement, right? Like that, like we can see if there's a way for a clearer policy, but I have to I don't think anybody at MPD is trying to throw up their hands. And certainly you can imagine we have many officers, I reiterate, like who
Mhm.
did not ask for the situation that we find ourselves in. I don't think any of us did, right? Like none of us
I
asked to be here.
mean, for example, you can imagine a scenario where we have a policy that whenever someone's being detained by immigration enforcement and MPD is there, that MPD also has to take down a log of that incident and write down that person's name. If that person has like someone who should be notified that they've been taken, like MPD can be part of the, I don't want to say solution, but they can help in these scenarios that are really difficult in terms of, someone is just being plucked out of their life and then detained, and then who knows what's going to happen to them. MPD is the only one there with a position of authority, and like maybe the only one there at all if there's no bystanders there who are like getting the person's name or something. So like I just hope that we can think creatively about like what can MPD do to show that they are trying to make this process as humane and legal and accountable and transparent as possible in any way that they can. Well, thanks for coming and answering our
Okay,
questions.
we'll leave it there. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the visit. We following up by email. See you again soon. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Nicole. It is 7:13. We're only slightly behind schedule. Let's move right into the meeting. I call the meeting to order. Commissioner Secretary Fay, will you please call the roll?
I will, sorry. Commissioner Barrio,
Present.
Commissioner Sycamore,
Here.
Commissioner Lemon-Strauss,
Here.
Commissioner Kenzik,
Present.
Commissioner Trindade Duramo,
Present?
Commissioner Holden,
Here.
Commissioner Harris,
Present.
Commissioner Hanrahan,
Here.
Commissioner Fay is here. With 9 of 9, we have our quorum, Chair.
I'm very happy. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much. It's a busy agenda. We will try to hew tightly to our rules. That said, we have a consent agenda before you, which contains the meeting agenda itself and the meeting minutes from our October meeting. Do I hear any motions related to the consent agenda?
Chair, can I just raise something quickly, and that is that there are about 27 non-protest items that are in the consent agenda. As many protest items as we do have today from ABCR. We've got 27 that were not protested. If you want to take a quick glance through those and just make sure that you don't have any concerns, because that was a late addition to our agenda packet.
That's true. The final, the final but one version of the agenda packet did include those that went out last night. There were a couple quick tidy ups today. So version 6, the final one, was posted on our website. Make sure you're using one of those two at least. Can you direct us to the list of non-protest items?
I can. It should be found in your packet on page
25, I think.
25
Can,
and
can you
26.
can you please screen share? I'm sorry, I haven't had the time and I'm not feeling well. I'd love to see. I want to see these 27 are.
I can do that. I can't, but Karen will allow me in a moment, I hope. Cool. Thank you very much.
Let's do this. Hanrahan, do you want to just read each one of the names really quickly? These all are under the category of no action recommended. And if you just read the name of the establishment, that'll help us just check them off one by one.
All right, let's get it done. Medina Nights, American Ice Company, 801 Restaurant and Bar, All Souls, The Jungle, Franklin Hall, Maydon, Pop, Slice and Pie / Lucy, Barcata Wine Bar, Crush Bar, District Alley, Left Door, Hash DC, The Saloon, Lucky Polo, Pollo, District Eagle, Sud House, The Alchemist, TC9, Quartz Bar, Right Proper Brewing, Unity, DNA Lounge, Bishop Market, Slice and Brood, Wet Dog Tavern, Service Bar.
That sounds good. But DC9, I had spoken to Chair earlier. Just between that and dealing with Nellie's, I know that I spoke to Fay, Secretary Fay, the other day. He had said, walking with the owner, that sometimes they also produce some kind of a mess. I know I walked the property yesterday with some purposely slippery shoes to see just how slippery it is, and it's still very slippery. So I don't know if that's partial, meaning that they have any part of it. That's what I kind of got a little bit from the conversation, but I'm just that's the only one I don't really agree with, but everything else looks great.
Yeah, I mean, Alan, maybe to clarify, when I mentioned DC9, I only mentioned it in its proximity to Nellie's, as in they share a wall. So I don't think I was particularly concerned about DC9 in any way.
Okay.
But
Okay.
if you are, right, then of course
No,
you
no, I just was it was about the I thought he said something about the trash and or some of the grease or whatever, that it's not just them, like but if it has nothing to do with DC9, then I have no issue with it.
Yep, nope. Just when I spoke with the owner of Nellie's, it was just about Nellie's and the management of their specific trash and property.
We are good to go.
Cool.
Thank you, guys. So just to be clear, those 27 establishments that we just read out, the ABCR committee did not recommend protesting their license renewals. I believe they're all renewals. Yes, that's true. So sort of sustaining that recommendation for no protest as part of our consent agenda, technically. So,
I do
is
have
anyone?
one. I do still have one made on.
Yep.
I would like to have a small discussion about that if possible.
Okay, you'd be moving to remove Maidan from the consent agenda.
Yes, I move to
Okay.
remove made on from the consent agenda.
Is there a second? In fact,
Well,
I'm not sure. We don't
I'm
need a second. Sorry. I
Yeah.
think I don't have my Robert's rules handy, but let me just, I'm fairly sure it's correct that a single objection will pull something out of the consent agenda. That's the purpose of the of the consent agenda. So we'll consider Maidan removed from that. If the secretary would please make a note so we don't forget to cover it amid the deluge of other ones on our new business agenda. We'll handle it there. Any other further motions related to the consent agenda, such as adopting it?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
I appreciate that.
I second.
Okay. All those in favor? Popular Zoom hands, let's warm them up. All right. Thank you very much. Any opposed? Just wanted to make sure we're practicing the put them down. Great. The consent agenda is adopted. Thank you very much. We'll slide into committee reports. I am going to ask the secretary to time us today. 3 minutes per committee is the standard allotment. Apologies. Sorry, not sorry. We got a lot to do. Committee and community engagement is up first.
Sorry about that. Yes, for the community engagement, we discussed a few items. Keep it this brief because I know there's a lot to cover tonight. The farmers market, unfortunately, is kind of a no-go for the short term at 14th and U. We had a lengthy call with Fresh Farm, and unfortunately, they're not in a financial position, nor the farmers that support it, to have a new market in DC or the DMV. In fact, they're pulling back a little bit. So we're continuing to work with them to come up with other creative ideas to activate some sort of, interim solution at 14th and U. It might be a kind of a pickup bag like a CSA. It might be helping to redirect other ANC Ward or 1B residents to the existing farmers markets, throughout Ward 1 and, adjacent wards. But unfortunately, they kind of gave us the harsh reality of the economics that they're facing, which I'm sure other farmers markets are as well. We want to do something for the African American Civil War Museum. It was originally slated for November 10th and 11th, but that has been postponed due to construction delays and things getting caught up in customs and tariffs and stuff like that. So once we get word from them on what it's going to be in terms of their new grand opening date, we'll let everyone know on that. We did have a very successful block party over in Seton Street. This was held with Amanda, and it was in Commissioner Holden's SMD. She did a great job, really fantastic job. They were trying to reactivate that. Got a decent turnout, good turnout for the first time at it, and I'm hoping that she had a positive experience, so we can do that on an annual basis moving forward. And then last but not least, we have a lot on our plate in terms of different items out there that some are short term, some are longer term, some are urgent in terms of the date is going to be, kind of set in stone. Others are a little bit more TBD depending on our schedules. And so we're in the process right now creating kind of a calendar to see what is actually logistically and operationally and time, what we can actually commit to over the next, 3 to 6 months and longer term from there. So that's it for me. Any questions?
I just had
Seeing
a
none.
quick
Oh,
comment. Sorry, Mike. Good job. You're doing a fantastic job. This is originally my committee, and I had to give it up, but I'm really happy to see it's in such good hands. So thank you so much for doing that. And I also realize you're from the Buffalo area, so go Bills.
I will take that comment. Can we get that on the record? No. Thank you.
I'm not going to weigh in at all. The Committee on Economic Development is next. Commissioner Fay, please.
Yep, thanks. Big focus here for the last month was a set of presentations from the Main Streets group. So the U Street Main Street, which is organized under District Bridges, came and shared with the committee and the community the work that they do. There's a lot of curiosity and interest in what is the scope of work, how do they measure success, what are their efforts to outreach and engage with the community, how is it they set their priorities. They do have a new executive director for the U Street Main Street, a position that has been unfortunately vacant for quite some time now. We are hopeful that with the appointment of a new executive director, that breathes new life and energy and focus into U Street, Main Street. So we're working to get a follow-up meeting with them and talk about more specific priorities, efforts and initiatives, and closer collaboration with the ANC. As many of you may know, we have two Main Street programs that divide U Street. That is actually a point of some controversy, where there is a desire to have a singular presence and a singular organization. But it's also a nice way to get maybe competing attention. Shaw Main Street extends all the way up to the area of 7th and T, including Howard Theater and the Right Proper Brewery, and then extends over to 11th Street, which is the western edge of their territory. Same kind of conversation, same presentation from Alex Padro, who leads Shaw Main Streets, again, following up with him and looking forward to being able to report out kind of further, more detailed and focused collaboration between the ANC and the Main Streets. Coming up in our November meeting, we are inviting back the Deputy Mayor from Planning and Economic Development for an update on the Reeves Center. When they came and presented at our June meeting, they indicated that they would likely have real and substantive progress by September. As we head into November with no update, it's time to reach back out and to get an update from them. I suspect that the downturn in the local economy, uncertainty around jobs, and demand for housing is slowing those conversations down, but nonetheless, it's important that we get an update and are able to share that back with this group. That's all I have. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you very much. Committee on Public Safety, please.
Thanks, Miguel. Yes, so the Committee on Public Safety, I want to give some brief updates on crime in the neighborhood, as per usual. Total crime has come down since last month from 155 incidents to 90. Violent crime has also come down from 22 incidents to just 8 in the past month. We had 0 homicides, which I think is something to celebrate, especially after there were 2 tragedies in the prior month. So that's very good news. We've had robberies come down from 19 in the last month, the prior month, to 6 in this past month. And property crime has come down from 133 incidents in that was, September roughly, to only 82 in October in the past month. So good news in terms of crime going down. I did want to say that recently DC Council considered extending the youth curfew. Commissioner Fay actually went to the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety's public roundtable in person, and I attended virtually. I also submitted some written testimony, basically arguing that at this time, I think the curfew is still needed, in my opinion, but that I also very much want DC's government to be thinking about how do we better engage our youth, how do we provide more after-school programming, and how do we really activate our recreation centers, which right now are really, missing in action, I would say, in terms of trying to help address this problem of having a lot of youth that are, out on U Street at night. So, we also saw a number of social media posts circulate, as some of you may have seen, before Halloween. Basically, teens were sharing posts, advocating for a U Street takeover in different parts of the city. We did see some large gatherings, so it does seem clear that, right now this tool of the youth curfew is still needed. I did want to say too that the good news is, and what was reported at the roundtable, is that I don't think have been any arrests because of this extended curfew. It's really more of a tool for the police to try to disperse large groups of youth before we get into those late night hours where things can get dangerous and crimes can occur, or youth could be victims of crimes. the committee is also still working on a resolution advocating for additional resources for traffic control on U Street, trying to have more crossing guards, more people there to direct traffic, not just at 9th and U, but at other intersections, especially during busy holidays. So please reach out to me if you have any thoughts. I am, really trying to gather as much information as I can, and hear what other folks think.
Are there, I see questions, Commissioner Sycamore.
Hey, Francois, I'm sorry, Commissioner Barrio. Just a quick question, maybe it's a little above your pay grade. Do you
Sure.
have any sort of updates from the shooting that happened at Howard Homecoming? And number two, any sort of knowledge that you know about the National Guard being around here? Because I know that they were there for at the Navy Yard, and that was just chaos with all that video and everything. Do you have any information on any of that?
So actually, I don't. Thank you for raising that. I don't have a ton of information on the shooting. So I'll have to do some more research, and I think that's a good incident to discuss at our public safety committee meeting, which is coming up next week. So hopefully, I can get some more details from MPD regularly joins those meetings, so I'd imagine they'll share out everything that they know and what details they have. Um,
Yeah, I know Commissioner Kensick works there. Maybe he has some
yeah, I would
insight.
love to hear more about it, honestly.
I was going to comment on something else, but Commander Connors is on the line, and maybe he'd be happy to speak on the Howard homecoming shooting update.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you. I appreciate that. So, like most investigations, it's always like very limited what we could share with the public. But essentially, what we had was a large group of people that were dispersing one of those Howard events, Yard Fest. As that group was being dispersed, people were kind of leaving the area. There was some argument that took place. Somebody pulled a firearm during that argument, kind of shot into a crowd of people. We ended up having 5 people struck. One was a juvenile, 4 adults. Of the adults, one was a female. All of them are expected to survive, so non-life threatening. We did make 2 arrests on scene, not for the shooting itself, but for weapon charges. So 2 people were stopped with firearms. A total of 3 guns were recovered in that block. Um, and so we had 3 guns and 2 arrests, just nobody's charged with the shooting itself. It is being investigated, and as they kind of get the forensics back and continue to pull the camera footage and get the images and all that and kind of piece that case together, we are pretty optimistic that the case will close.
Great.
Wonderful.
Thank you
And
for
I
filling
guess
in there.
my second
Oh,
question, I guess
please.
maybe you can help, is the cooperation with National Guard. How? Because I saw that video from Navy Yard and it looked pretty crazy. And I don't want anything like that to happen here.
Yeah, so the kind of what the commissioner was talking about earlier with the curfew zone and why MPD was supporting it. That is a prime example of why it's important, because about 500 juveniles came down to the Navy Yard and were very unruly and disorderly and was very, very chaotic. Um, and so as we moved officers into the area to kind of help deal with that and disperse it and kind of get control of what was going on, the National Guard also came over to assist. It's like less than ideal. They're not on our radio channel. We're not used to like operating with them, but they are helpful, right? It's extra people to help us with these very large crowds. So it is helpful in that way. So they came over to help us and help us kind of, like I said, disperse. And I believe they made 2 arrests out of that. They were able to kind of funnel these kids back to the metro. Metro ended up kind of pacing them into their platform, like 30 at a time, to kind of like disperse and break the group up a little bit, which actually did end up helping. A couple curfew violators were taken later that night. So they did. They came over to assist, basically just with like extra hands, extra people.
Can I ask you there, when you say they came over to assist, and I realize this is not in your district, so if you don't know, that's fine. Was that because of an MPD request? Is it because they're often patrolling in Navy Yard and they were there already?
Yeah, I guess a little bit of both. They are patrolling various areas all over the city. That I believe Navy Yard is one of them, and so we have like a liaison with them. And I'm pretty sure like our liaison kind of told them what was going on. And ultimately, really the decision is always going to be up to them because they operate, they don't like answer those or anything like that. But I think once they knew what was going on and the fact that we were calling for assistance internally and they had people in the area, they voluntarily came over to help.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we see them at 14th and U occasionally too. So but the situation is conceivable to happen on U Street too, right? I mean, MPD, I guess, regardless of whether you ask for help explicitly, if guardsmen are there and they think the situation is getting out of hand, they will independently decide to call in reinforcement. Is that how you understand it works?
Yeah, and it has happened already on U Street, for sure. Like there's been times just this past weekend we had our own pretty large group of juveniles come down, not 500, thankfully, but we were significantly outnumbered, and they do patrol U Street on the weekend kind of regularly at this point, just because of the large crowds. And they saw us kind of dealing with some disorderly juveniles, and a couple of them came over to help us.
Okay. Question from Commissioner Feistel, I think.
It was not a question. It was actually a comment on a different topic. So I don't interrupt their flow.
I think we're good.
Good. So the thing I wanted to comment to the commissioners on was what Commissioner Barrio said about the testimony. One of the things that I was really impressed by in listening to a number of different folks testify was both a strong support for the juvenile curfew, but only as a temporary measure and as a stopgap to be able to begin thinking as a broader community and as a district government about how to invest in juveniles to the youth and the kids of DC. And so, for folks who were worried about a juvenile curfew being the kind of the ultimate solution, no one there was presenting that. And I think what it does is it opens up the door for a conversation that's a much broader one. But at the same time, giving Commander Connors, the MPD, and the kind of the flexibility to be able to keep the peace, and hopefully for all of us in our roles, to be able to not be dealing with crises of the moment on a public safety front, but to be able to think a little bit more long term about what some solutions are and how we can engage city partners to make investments in this particular community.
All right. Anything else? Public Safety Committee. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Barrio. Next up is Transportation, Parks, and Public Space.
Great. So the main item is a preview for our meeting and a plug for our meeting next week on Wednesday. DDOT is visiting to present on the U Street bus priority project. They picked a concept for this over a year ago, maybe sometime in 2024, but then due to like the hiring freeze and the budget, and then a bunch of staff changes in the bus planning program in DDOT, it's been really delayed. So we're re-engaging them with that project to hear where they are. I think they've moved on from concept to design, and so are going to be like coming out with design plans with the hope to have construction be either like the end of 26 or like sometime in 2027, as I think, but we'll learn more about that. So if you're interested in bus projects and what might be changing on U Street, please come to that. Speaking of buses, this is technically outside of the ANC, but DDOT is also they're soliciting feedback on the Crosstown bus project in Columbia Heights. That's 3 corridors, like Irving and Columbia and 14th Street. So the 14th Street one starts where they're thinking of changes, starts right at Euclid. So that's like right on the border, would theoretically connect, they've talked about a 14th Street bus priority project in 1B, so this would connect to that. So I would just encourage people to look at the project site for that, look at the concept plans, and they're accepting feedback until December 5th. So please just, provide any comments to them. And then as that moves along, since it starts right in like the northern boundary of the ANC, TPPS might have some meetings on it in the future. So, yep, that's it for today.
The U Street project, it seemed from their email that just came in a couple hours ago that they are making updates since the last time we saw it, right? It seemed like there was some interim activity where they did some design updates. I guess they're going to
Yep.
present the new plans to you.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's talk offline, but you know, my consistent gripe, and I put this to Director Kirschbaum when she came to visit, is that there doesn't seem to be any coordination between the bus priority project team and the streetscape and DDOT and how they're managing traffic right now, and the suggestion from the business community that we remove parking. I mean, all these sort of, all these ideas for U Street are operating independently. This came up today in the hearing in council about streeteries. I mean, I'm kind of afraid people are going to put down new, compliant, very expensive streeteries on U Street, and then the BPP is going to roll through and pull them up. And then we're going to widen the sidewalks and they're going to pull them up, and then we're going to remove parking and they're going to move the whatever, So to the extent you can sort of encapsulate that in your meeting, and I'll certainly try to attend, that'd be really great.
I'll just say also, we did, because of the roundtable on streeteries, and this should be on the agenda, that is online currently. We did add a streetery item to TPPS for next week because of kind of the discussion, a lot of the points that you just raised, and the new the feeling from a lot of people that maybe the regs are too stringent, or at least the fees are too high as compared to sidewalk cafes and things like that. So I thought because of the roundtable, we would have a discussion at TPPS and then might offer a resolution for December. But we'll see how the
Please
discussion
do.
goes.
Absolutely, please do. Count me into support. I was there all morning today at that hearing, and not a single person, including council staff, was interested in enforcing the deadline at the end of the month and proceeding with the program the way it was written. So
Right. Okay.
I have to imagine that's going to be extended, and then there's going to be an opportunity to send
Yep.
more comments in. And it's
Yeah.
certainly not only the fee that's problematic; it's the design standards, a bunch of stuff.
Right. Yeah. So I think this is a good sister resolution to our one we already did about like nuisance streeteries. Like the bad ones are bad, right? But we've all enjoyed streeteries around the city the last 5 years. So, it would be sad if the new regs are so overly onerous that they go away. So I think hopefully we'll offer some comments to that effect.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Sycamore.
Hello, thank you so much. Great job, Commissioner Holden. I'm loving everything. Is there any updates or anywhere that people can provide more feedback for the 11th Street bike lanes? I've had a couple people ask me about this.
So people can write into the project team. They have a website. The 11th Street Project has a website. I believe they're still accepting comments. They've only done that the update from the summer and then the conversation that we had in the resolution. The way that they're moving with that project, it seems like we're several months, if not longer, away from like a notice of intent. Once they issue a notice of intent, we will definitely have another TPPS meeting and another resolution probably to have formal comments. But if people have comments, they can reach out. I mean, if you have comments from people, you can forward them to me. If other people have comments, they can email me or committee members. Our committee members are on the website, and then the project page, the project manager is accepting comments. So those would be the forums. Yep.
I see a question in the audience from Arlene. Aaron, if you can give her magical powers. Okay, Arlene, you can unmute yourself.
I just did. Okay. Yeah, I just have a quick question about the sidewalk bump outs. I think that's what they're called, especially the one at 17th and Florida. It seems particularly dangerous, especially for the bicycles that are coming down at that particular corner, that it constricts the travel lane substantially, so that there's really people making a right turn off of Florida onto 17th. It's a very sharp turn. So I know that they're going to go into the bicycle lane if there even is a place for the bicycles to go. It just seems kind of dangerous. And I was wondering if have there been any studies on how effective these sidewalk bump outs are? Because that particular one seems not to be very effective.
Thanks for bringing that up. For people who don't know, the specific intersection that Arlene is talking about. 17th in Florida was part of DDOT's kind of tactical to permanent program. These are locations around the city where there were existing like kind of like painted and flex post bump outs at intersections around town. And the purpose of those treatments is to really extend the curb further out into the intersection. So what you're experiencing is like the intended thing. But like when they're flex posts, it's quicker to build, it's cheaper, and they're trying to identify locations that have crossing challenges for pedestrians to slow down the cars, make them turn slower from one street to the other, and then also reduce the amount of time the pedestrian is actually like in the crosswalk as opposed to like on a more protected, either the sidewalk or more of a curb. The other thing that they're really good at is increasing sight distance. So it prevents people from parking illegally closer to the intersection. So pedestrians are more visible, drivers can see who's around more. What they've done at this location in the tactical to permanent program is taking these flex posts that a lot of people don't like for like aesthetic reasons. I've heard that complaint a lot. And building out the curb with concrete, extending the sidewalk, and having these kind of like, you know, bump out shapes. And so the purpose for them to change them to concrete is just that like the wear and tear on the flex posts, you don't have to replace them all the time. It's just like a more permanent fixture, and the idea is the same. Like theoretically, the cars coming going east on Florida and then turning south or right onto Florida. 17th would have to go much slower than they would before. There could be issues with going into that contraflow bike lane, Arlene, but that's kind of the purpose for it. And
yeah, I understand the purpose, but that particular one doesn't seem to be. It's just very, very constricting, and there's only really room for one car to pass through, and the bicycles are coming from the opposite direction, and it's a very sharp turn. So cars coming from Florida onto 17th have to make a wide turn, and I can just see somehow a bicycle coming into that same spot at the same time. I was just wondering if there's any statistics at all about how effective these bump outs are in preventing accidents.
We could look for some before and after studies. DDOT typically does before and after studies for lots of treatments. So I don't have any offhand, but I can try to pull some up. We can talk about them at the transportation committee meeting. And but they do typically pick these locations because there's an identified problem, and that like this is a known treatment that does reduce incidents.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, that's it. Anything else for TPPS? Thank you very much. ZPD's up next.
Hi, commissioners. So there were two major things that we discussed at ZPD this past month. One is on the agenda for later. It's 1815 8th Street. And then the other was the Cools Act, which for those of you who are not familiar, the Cools Act is a piece of legislation that is submitted by Councilmember Henderson's office to update regulations about the temperatures that landlords would be required to maintain in their units, in their renters' units during the intermittent seasons, which would be fall and spring. And then it also introduces some requirements regarding cooling temperatures, which I think up until now have not been explicit. So we discussed the Cools Act, and we also reviewed a resolution that was adopted by another ANC, ANC 1D, and the committee is interested in pursuing our own version of that with a few changes suggested by committee members. And so at our next committee meeting, we'll be reviewing a ANC 1B specialized Cools Act resolution. And also we'll be joined by some staff from Councilmember Henderson's office to discuss the legislation. But those were the two sort of major components of our meeting. We did also appoint two new committee members during our last meeting. And then during our upcoming meeting, we'll also have a new committee member joining us. So that's really great. We're able to expand our committee membership. And then in addition, in our next meeting, in addition to the Cools Act, there's some additional development, one additional development case that we'll be reviewing. We did also discuss at the last committee meeting some topics that the committee would like to consider as part of our approach to DC's comprehensive plan. Though there's more detail in the minutes, I won't go over all of them because it was quite the list. But those will be some ongoing conversations with committee members. And yeah, I think that's sort of the majority of what we talked about in our committee meeting.
Thank you. Any questions for Christian? Cool. Seeing none, let's round it out with ABCR, please. Commissioner Hanrahan.
Good evening, everyone. We've been doing a lot of placard review. We have a lot of placards we've looked at. We had two great marathon ABCR meetings this month. So much fun. We have some new applications for new members. I've reached out to these folks on email, and I'm going to try and call them because I haven't heard back from them. So I'm going to try and do that. Saving most of our items for the new business section, we have a resolution on late night operating hours and amplified noise, as well as 20 or so recommendation the committee made to protest for renewals, as well as a new application and a substantial change. There's also a Noise Balance Amendment Act. I think we're going to discuss that at our December committee meeting. We might draft a letter of support for that. Some of our committee members worked extensively on the Noise Balance Amendment Act. We haven't got a chance to talk about it too much in depth because we've been so much busy with other stuff. But we look forward to discussing that. And then finally, I believe another commissioner in Roberta Shapiro in ANC 6A is trying to conjure support to change some of the protest rules for cannabis licensed institutions, specifically near daycares, and that I think like daycares can protest those institutions if it's a bar, if it's a tavern license, they sell alcohol, but not cannabis. So Miss Shapiro is trying to advocate for that. So that's something I am in contact with her about, and we will also try and discuss at our next committee meeting. But saving most of the stuff was for our business for the new business section. Lots of placards to discuss and talk about. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Any questions for ABCR? Plenty will come later, I'm sure. That's it for committees. I just want to point out and lift up what Christian Brandt, our ZPD chair, has said. We have had a healthy crop of new committee applicants coming in the past 2 or 3 weeks. That's very exciting. The worst possible thing we can do is not respond to them in a timely fashion. So please, if you're a committee chair and you received an email from our admin team saying that somebody applied for your committee, please do not delay. Reach out to them, have a quick chat, and do a little onboarding. And of course, a commissioner needs to appoint members to all of our committees. Just a quick formality we can do by email. And then of course, we make sure that Secretary Faye's and Karen's records and the website all match so that we have full rosters. So committee chairs, please don't forget to onboard new people. Let's capture that energy while it's still fresh. And I'll just give a shout out, of course, to ABCR, the hardest working of our committees lately, which had not one, but two monthly meetings to process its extremely high license volume. I really appreciate the committee. Oh, and not only did they process a bunch of placards, but they worked on a resolution that you're going to see later today, and I think did a really beautiful job of whittling down an earlier version. So my hat's off to your committee. Thank you to everyone. We're not allowed to throw you a holiday party, but I really wish we could to celebrate the end of the term. We'll find a way around the rules. I mean, it's seriously a huge amount of work, and not that many people on the committee to share the workload. So I will also plug that they are looking for new members in the new year. If you know someone who loves to read placards, and but more seriously, if you know people who care about U Street and the way it evolves and can be fair-minded in balancing the need for a strong and welcoming business environment with the quality of life needs of our neighbors, really we could use their pitching in once a month. Thank you. So next up, Executive Council member and agency announcements. Whom do we have today from the council member's office? It appears to be Nicole. You can pop off mute and take your 3 minutes.
Me. All right. Hi, everyone. So a couple quick updates from the council member's office. As was referenced earlier when the deputy mayor joined us, the Committee on Public Works and Operations that Councilmember Nadeau chairs held a public roundtable on October 29th to hear from residents and organizations about incidents they've witnessed since January that involve DC government coordination with federal entities and joint enforcement activity that may violate DC human rights laws. We heard a lot of stories about DC police involvement with federal law enforcement, especially ICE and Homeland Security around immigration issues. Incredibly powerful testimony from our residents. And, we're really looking towards whether actions by our agencies comply with DC laws on human rights. We'll be compiling a report, and the council member will be exploring what actions need to be taken to further protect residents. But just want to flag that anyone can submit written testimony through November 28th. You can find information about how to do that on our website, brianneknadeau.com/committee. So if you have witnessed incidents or been affected by these federal actions, please submit testimony to our committee. Another federal item that is top of mind for all of us right now is SNAP benefits. The courts ruled last week that the federal government cannot withhold SNAP funding, and Mayor Bowser also announced that the DC government would cover any SNAP gap in November with local funds. So this is really good news for the 141,000 people in DC using SNAP benefits, including 24,000 seniors and 47,000 children. We've also compiled a list of food assistance resources in Ward 1 and across the district on our website. So for anyone else, especially, furloughed workers, folks are really feeling this hit very hard. There's resources on brianneknadeau.com/resources. So please feel free to share that with your neighbors if it would be helpful. The Committee on Public Works also had a hearing on October 22nd on 3 bills on consumer protection. The Resale Act, which aims to cap resale prices for live entertainment events and requires pricing transparency. The Enhancing Consumer Protection Procedures Act, which the council member introduced with Chairman Mendelson to make updates to our consumer protection laws to protect consumers from unfair and deceptive business practices, and the Housing with Integrity Act, designed to create more consequences for landlords with repeated housing code violations. And then finally, just a quick update on DPW. It is leaf season. Visit dpw.dc.gov/leaf to find your collection section and for raking instructions. And also post-Halloween pumpkins without glitter, paint, glue, stickers, they can be composted. So please check out the Zero Waste website for a list of drop-off sites for your pumpkins. Wow. I get a gold star for that timing.
Beautiful. Played off. Wonderful. I see questions. Commissioner Harris, lead us off.
Hi, Nicole. I have a quick question on the Pets in Housing Act that was passed and I guess approved by Congress. Some of my neighbors have talked to their, I guess, property managers and things. And I even talked to my property manager about this, and they said that it wasn't, I guess, funded or the enforcement side. I guess, can you confirm that? So everything was passed, but it hasn't been funded properly by the CFO or given approval?
I will have to check on that, but I will get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
And Frank, 1 second, we'll enable you to speak.
Good evening, Nicole. Thanks for being here. Quick question. As Mr. Chair noted, everyone that lives around U Street cares about a balance, a residential balance and a commercial balance. And I'm speaking tonight on behalf of our commercial neighbors, our restaurants, and our liquor licenses of all sorts. But there's competition in the streets selling illegal alcohol. We've known about this. The council member's known about this for several years. And she oversees the Department of Licensing. And it has something to do with her purview as the oversight in this over licensing. And we need to have a resolution on who's responsible for enforcing illegal alcohol sales from the back of cars, from the front of cars, from tables, make up tables sitting on the sidewalk every weekend. Our businesses have been complaining about this for a few years. Can we get some oversight and perhaps a hearing on this matter so we can resolve who is responsible and how we can help our commercial neighbors? I'd appreciate that. Might we hear more? I'd love to hear more.
Yeah. Yeah, so I know that this has been a longstanding issue, especially in 1B. I'm gonna have to check with a colleague on where things stand with that because I know, there has been some issues with exactly what you raised of kind of who's the responsible party for enforcing that. So I'd be happy to check in with some colleagues about where the work stands on that and get back to you. Frank, I can get back to you individually, but I can also share the update with commissioners or plan to talk about it next month.
Thank you, but just I would like to have some oversight, some hearings to understand and get to the bottom. It's not just an answer, not a check-in, because I've checked in for a year and a half with the staff member working for the council member on this matter, but we really need to have a hearing. And can we get a hearing? It's a very important matter to U Street, and we need some help. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll share that with the council member. Thanks, Frank.
Mr. Fink, go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is a clarification for Frank or clarification for Nicole, but I'll direct it at Nicole. I don't get the sense in the various issues that we've heard that this is a question of who should enforce it. I think what I have consistently heard is that should it be enforced, the charge is so low that it's not worth anyone's time. And so it's actually a legislative fix as opposed to a agency accountability fix. And so I think the question, if you can follow up with your colleague as well and provide the update, is there seems that in the vending law there is a hole, and that lots of folks are kind of slipping through that hole, and it is creating a myriad of public safety issues, not just public safety issues for kind of the general public, but for juveniles who are able to buy illegal alcohol illegally because they're buying it from somebody's trunk, which I think puts them in greater danger. And so if you can also check, in addition to the question about enforcement, if you can also check in on kind of the awareness around the legislative hole and what kind of pathway or plans there are to potentially plug it, that would be very helpful as well.
Happy to share that feedback back with my team. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions for the council member's office? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Nicole. Nice to have you as always. And turning to the mayor's office, I see Stephanie on the line. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. For my update for today, I was going to touch base on leaf collection. As the council member office already mentioned, it has started, and we are told to also just rephrase, reword again. Please, please, please have the brown paper bags out for the leaves collections. They are already starting with Section A. phase 1. And also, please do not have any twigs, dirt, well, leaves, please. That's what we were trying to just emphasize on for the collection. We also have noticed that with 311s to be placed for DPW if your collections or your trash has been missed. Recyclings, I know there's been some delays on that. And but I also just wanted to touch base since we're all focusing right now on 311s with the DPW. So that was just what I wanted to touch base on. Sorry. And then also wanted to just mention in regards to yesterday, we had a cleanup on 9th Street. That was through one of the business owners, 1942 business owners, and we also have Sauce and a few other business owners from 9th Street that came out to clean up the neighborhood and area. That was a follow-up from our previous walk that we had about a few weeks ago. I wanted to just point that out because I noticed that we didn't have some of the commissioners on there, but I understand because I know some businesses and the messages and the email were sent out about, I want to say, not in the right time frame, which is notice was really short, limited timing. But I wanted to just point out that we did have a good cleanup yesterday, and we wanted to continue this as I know the weather is changing, and for leaves collection, going back to DPW, you are able to do a cleanup with the rakes and collecting leaves through the DPW. I'm sorry, through DPW's website. Thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Sycamore?
Hey, Stephanie, nice to see you again.
Hi.
Hi. So just really quick, and if you don't, I'm reading right off the website here. Also, if you don't have those brown paper bags, you don't have to worry about it. Just make sure it's not full of the debris. You can just put it right out to the tree box area, and DPW will come around on that designated area. And it looks like our designated area for most of us is in December. That's correct. Section D is the 15th to the 27th, if I'm not mistaken. So just a quick thing on that. And one more quick thing for you. I would like to get in contact with you. I've had a number of complaints about the maintaining of, there's a grassy area at the intersection of Florida and W. There's that big area of grass right there. And I was told that's and I've looked into this, it's supposed to be maintained by the company that built the Whole Foods building, the Griffith, I believe that is. I don't believe they're following through with this. So that's just something I want to touch base with you one-on-one. Okay. Because I've gotten a number of complaints about that, and maybe see if we can collaborate to make that area more usable for the residents.
Okay. Let's connect and yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, looks like Mike's going. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yes. We've had issues in the past in our neighborhood. We're in Section D of them coming in late. We were told at one point not to put them in tree boxes, to put them either on the street or the brown paper bags. No need for an answer now, but any clarification on that. Last year, we didn't get the leaves picked up until April in our neck of the woods. So we're just kind of banking on doing brown paper bags this year, but we were told specifically not to put them in tree boxes last year.
Yes. And this year, I know after we had our DPW meeting, we were just told to wanted to really emphasize and iterate that to the community, to the residents, to please have your leaves put into the brown paper bag. That's the only one they will be collecting. And if they do miss your session after they do the round in the order that they're going, to put a 311 request in, and then also send that to me with the SR number so that way I can escalate it, and then they can come back for a round 2. Yeah. And the reason, I'm sorry, I want to just point out the fact, I know it's kind of like sound a little tedious, but the reason as to why we're pushing so hard for just to make sure that we have the collections to go smoothly this year, but also the brown paper bags are important because we noticed that some people are putting it in black bags or plastic. Those won't be collected. and then also they're also using new machines and things like that. So really small things like twigs and sticks, as I mentioned, really does take effect into the time frame of how things can move smoothly, because if it can damage the machine and then it will slow down the process, which means that now the team will have to stop what they're doing, and then they will have, so that is all about time frame and on how they're trying to keep things moving. So that's the reason why it's really important to just please, if you're able to collect just the leaves, that no trash or any other things with the collection.
Okay, so Stephanie, just for clarification, so obviously no plastic bags. Brown paper bags are great, but will they still pick up if it's in the tree box area? If it's just like loose leaves without twigs or garbage, will they still? Because according to the website, that's a yes, but I just want to make sure I'm clear with you.
As of right now, it's a yes, and then just
Okay.
brown paper bag, because we have also noticed we have all the leaves that I've noticed so far. Now that it have started, we've seen piles of leaves, on the side. So just please leave it on the side or in the front where they're able to grab it. I think using like a suction. That's the main reason why.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephanie, for your time, as always.
You're welcome.
And district agencies, we have two surprise guests today. First, Nicole, we've promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute, visiting us from the Office of the Tenant Advocate. I believe you have a presentation. Is that correct?
I do, but it's longer than 3 minutes, so I can just talk if that's easier for you.
Sure, that'll work. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you so much for having me. My name is Nicole McEntee, and I'm from the Office of the Tenant Advocate. If anyone has never heard of us, hopefully you have, but we are a teeny tiny district agency. We're an independent agency. We're about 20 people, and what we do is we help tenants in the district. So if you are a renter or a tenant within the District of Columbia, doesn't matter if you're rent controlled or not, or if you're on a subsidy or not, wherever you live, as long as you're in DC, you can call our office if you have any sort of dispute with your landlord or question about your rights or a question about tenant legislation. So I heard somebody say earlier, they mentioned the COOL Act. I would highly encourage you get in touch with our policy team at our office about that. And then somebody also mentioned the Pet Act too, which I believe I would have to, don't quote me on this, but I think that it is unfunded. I think that's correct, that they did not fund that, so therefore it's not in effect yet. But that's something that definitely our policy team would be able to answer for you. So I would encourage anyone to give us a call. Our number is 202 719-6560, and I'll put that in the chat after I'm done talking to you. But yeah, reach out to us if you are a tenant and you have any kind of questions about your rights or about legislation, because that's what we're here for. We're a bunch of attorneys who are happy to answer that for you. But I'm really here to talk about a couple of things. So the first is that renters who live in rent-controlled housing, which is generally older buildings, who are either elderly or tenants with a disability, they can now register online to get reduced rent increases based on being elderly or a tenant with a disability. So used to be a paper process. They've now moved it to online to the rent registry. So if you know a tenant who needs help with doing that, let us know. Our office is like assisting seniors in front of the computer to help them type this all in. And then the second thing I will briefly talk about is the Rental Act, which made significant changes to the TOPA process, or the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act process, which means that tenants, depending on the size of your building, TOPA rights have been sort of changed. The thing with this legislation, though, is that council passed it, but it still has not gone into effect because it's subject to the 30-day congressional review, and Congress isn't in session, right? So that legislation is not yet in effect. When it is, we are updating all materials right now, and when it is actually in effect, we're going to kind of do a tour around the city, giving more presentations about the updates to this legislation. And so that's really kind of the major bullet points that I have. The last thing I want to mention is we're trying to do canvassing around the city. So if you know any buildings that have significant housing code violations or issues with landlords, or just tenants who need to know their rights or trying to form a tenant association, let us know, and we will come out there and we will talk to people and have meetings and do whatever needs to be done. So let us know of any buildings that need outreach from us, and we're happy to go out there.
Okay, let us know. I think in the interest of time, We might skip questions, but I have one for you already. So I'll send it in. Is it fair to use you, and then you can sort of distribute internally if it needs to go to the policy team or whatever it is?
Absolutely. Yep. Send it to me, first name dot last name at tc.gov.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll be typing it tonight. Thank you very much.
All
I
right. Thank
appreciate your
you.
coming by. Thank you. Oh, no, it does not conclude. Commander Connors has requested a couple minutes in this section to speak with us, and we're always happy to have you. Take it away.
All right, I was super quick. I will not need exit music. So basically, some of those stats were already gone over. The for this particular ANC year to date, violent crime is down 38%, which is above the 3D number, which is 36%. So ANC 1B is rocking and rolling, and we're really proud of that number. One of the things that have gotten us there is some of our arrest data. Year to date in this particular ANC, we're just shy of 1,300 arrests. That's a 25% increase. That is primarily due to some of the drug work that we've been doing over here, especially in that like 7th and U Florida area. We've been heavily focused there, making some really good arrests. One key arrest I wanted to highlight that just occurred over this past weekend, actually on Halloween. Our crime suppression team was doing some traffic enforcement on Georgia Avenue, right at Georgia and Barry. And in one traffic stop, they recovered 9 illegal firearms, including multiple rifles, automatic weapons, silencers. I can only imagine what that person was trying to do with those weapons over in that area, but we interdicted and got them taken off the street. So that's just some of the work we've been doing over there. Really proud of that. About 170 gun recoveries in this ANC. So just wanted to highlight that. And then the other big thing I wanted to go over, we're going into the holiday season. So this is just something that we're going to be talking about for the next couple of weeks. What 2 major things occur this time of year: package thefts and stolen autos. People like to leave their car running to keep it warm, and then we always see a ginormous spike in stolen autos. Please, any chance you get at any meeting you go to please discourage folks from leaving their car running unless they have the ability to like lock the car. But some folks will lock it, but like leave the fob in the car, and so they can still get in the car, So just something to be very conscious about. And then package thefts, anything you can do to work with your delivery folks to hide the package, use a neighbor, Amazon locker, any of that kind of stuff, because all those are 2 major crimes that go up this time of year. And that's all I got. So.
Okay, we have a question from Mark Ewing.
Great. Commander Connors, how often do you see relay attacks? Is that pretty common, or is it pretty infrequent in terms of autos being stolen?
You said like stolen autos? Is that what
Yep, like the relay attacks where they mimic your fob and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is. It was super common last year. I think we've seen that going down a little bit this year. We've made some recoveries. We made some good cases, some arrests. We've recovered some of those relay equipment. It's still out there, but it is declining a little bit. It's also hard to gauge because sometimes we just don't know. We have cases where cars are stolen and the owner has the keys, and we can kind of surmise that it was one of these relay devices, but it's always hard to prove. So it's hard to measure that, but we have recovered some of those devices and seen some decline.
Hey, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Commander, for the visit. Thank you for taking the questions, impromptu questions earlier too. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
We can go into commissioner announcements. Would anyone like 1 minute to exclaim anything? Or community announcements? Any member of the community, of course, is welcome to speak for a minute on any issue they like. Ms. Gall, I see you there. We'll give you speaking powers in a moment. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the speaking powers. I am going to follow up with the fact that we are in search of our 200 to cover our 210 blocks that we have in the 3rd district. We're currently looking in for ANC 1B 75 block captains. We need everyone in our neighborhood who's interested in making our neighborhood as friendly and safe and connected as possible. Um, Block captains don't really need a lot of experience. I placed in the chat the information. If you text captain to 202-854-1620, that will allow us to get you started with the orientations that we have. We have upcoming orientations on November the 11th, November the 12th, and November the 13th to work with the U Street area and our Columbia Heights area. And of course, look at that. I missed that mark. But in any case, 202-854-1620 is the best way to let us know if you're interested in working as a block captain. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Real quick question. Is this an initiative of your own? Is it something that other districts are also doing?
Oh well, we've been doing block captains for quite some time. We started with on chat patrols in the third district, and we do the block captains. We have 210, and they go to the various meetings throughout the third district, and then as far as the PSA meetings that we are hopefully going to start in January, you'll see some of the block captains do their report outs, but they normally communicate directly with us here at 3D, so that we can make sure that everyone is engaged and we know what's going on in the neighborhood. And of course, we have the wonderful ANCs to let us know too.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
You're quite welcome.
I
Thank
see
you.
Mr. Padro's hand up. If we can also give him speaking powers. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Great, thanks. Just wanted to share that Shaw Main Streets will once again be celebrating Small Business Saturday. This year it's on the 29th of November. It's always the Saturday after Thanksgiving, the day after Black Friday. We'll be distributing $5,000 worth of Shaw Bucks. They're like Monopoly money, but they can be used and redeemed at participating neighborhood businesses throughout Shaw, and the businesses will accept them same as cash, and we actually will reimburse the businesses for the full value. So if folks are interested in shopping small for the holiday season, remember November 29th, and you can get more information on our website at shawmainstreets.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate the invitation. Any other community announcements? Being none, we can happily move into the administrative section. Do we have any executive officers' reports? Not aware of any. All right. I will briefly mention two items then. The first is that we are moving the date of the November meeting of the Committee of the Whole due to the holiday. And I'm going to walk it back to Monday, November 24th at 7 p.m. That's a virtual only meeting. And if you've never heard of this before, the Committee of the Whole comprises all the commissioners on the commission plus the other non-commissioner committee chairs. And it's essentially a meeting to plan the agenda for the next monthly meeting. But it's also a lovely time for us to see each other and chat and catch up on projects so that we're not surprised when we get to the monthly meeting that something important has been happening in someone else's committee. It's open to the public. Happy to have you pay attention and participate in that meeting. Second announcement, Mike mentioned earlier that the grand reopening of the African American Civil War Memorial Museum has been postponed, but their Veterans Day program has not been postponed. So on November 11th, they will be doing an all-day program at the memorial by the Metro entrance across the street from the museum. Commissioners know this, but this is a friendly reminder to please hold the date if you're available. We have offered to help the museum in their ambitious project to read all the names of the veterans whose names are memorialized or inscribed on the memorial. So we'll be taking a slot somewhere around 12 noon and reading some names in turn. So I'll be emailing the commissioners to secure your commitment to helping them with that project. But of course, our committee members are certainly welcome to be part of the ANC 1B delegation reading names there. So if you're interested, there'll be a call in our newsletter, or you can just slide me a message anytime, and we'll be happy to include you in our contingent. That said, Treasurer Lemon Strauss, would you like to talk to us about the quarterly financial report?
Yes, I would. I'd love to. So I circulated the quarterly financial report earlier to the commissioners. There's nothing particularly exciting in there. It's just the next quarter. Our primary expenses are the consultants, and then the Shakespeare in the Park expenses hit during this quarter. So happy to take any questions or happy to move to approve the report.
I'm frantically trying to pull it up. I didn't save it. I apologize. I'll share it on the screen just for everyone's visibility. Stall for time. Maybe you can tell us in 15 seconds why we have a quarterly financial report and what it's meant to
Yeah,
prove to the
well,
district about our spending.
Yeah, so we spend public taxpayer money, and we're accountable for how that money is spent. And the approval of a quarterly financial report is required in a public meeting, so that the public can examine that quarterly financial report and say that 6,452 of my taxpayer dollars that was spent supporting Shakespeare in the Park was well spent, and we applaud the ANC 1B Commission. I believe that was the intention of the legislation.
It was to seek applause. It sure was. So this is covering, of course, the final 3 months of the previous fiscal year. Our costs, our expenditures were in personnel. Communications is the category that covered the Shakespeare event, oddly, don't ask me why, and there were some bank fees, and that's about it. Do I hear a motion related to the QFR?
So I'll move to approve the quarterly financial report.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I assume no discussion or debate. Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the QFR, let's have your Zoom hands, please. And we have 9 votes in favor. That's unanimous. The report is approved. Thank you all very much. I wanted to also note in the admin section that this is the final meeting at which we have the support of Raisa Singh, the second member of our dynamic duo on the admin team. I don't know if you want to come on the camera to take a final bow. You are welcome to curtsy or wave. Thank you for your support in the past just about all of this year. You have been the wizard behind the curtain on the newsletter and all of our other visual products and our public-facing engagements. And I appreciate all of that time and effort and wish you the best in your life change coming up. So please stay in touch. Please come visit us. And once again, thank you on everyone's behalf.
Thank you.
For services rendered to 1B.
Thank you. Good luck with the
Alrighty.
next project.
Indeed. Into new business. It's going to be fun. Go refill your tea or whatever you've got going there. The first item on the agenda, and I believe we have Reverend Judy in the audience, is be promoted. If not, Karen, can you please also give her speaking powers? She is there among the attendees. Is a letter of support for her organization, the Intercity Collaborative. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Barrio to explain the reason for the letter and its contents.
Thank you, Miguel. So yes, as I understand it, Intercity Collaborative, headed by Reverend Judy, who has spoken before this commission multiple times, reached out to us requesting a letter in support of their work as violence interruption programs are reorganized in DC under the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, which is part of the mayor's office. They are seeking to, sustain the funding and support for their programs, for their violence interrupters, and all of the programming that they put on, and to hopefully expand it further in the future, given their I would say their successes so far, and the fact that I think that we've seen that Reverend Judy and her team are very well equipped, very well trained, very talented, very dedicated to this work. So thank you for sharing the actual letter, Miguel. So yeah, I wrote up a quick letter based off of, in part, the LaDroit Park Civic Association's letter that they also wrote in support of ICC DC. Basically discussing Reverend Judy's work, her engagement with the community, particularly our commission. She kindly attends all of our public safety meetings and jumps in whenever we're talking about some of the causes of crime, the contributors to violent crime in our area, and whenever a question comes up about violence interrupters and their work. Thankfully, we've seen in LaDroit Park after a series of, as you can see in the letter, 65 shootings from December 2020 to May 2025. We've seen no shootings since May, is my understanding, in LaDroit Park, related to the crew-based violence that we had been seeing. And so, we believe that the VI programming has been helpful for this, that they've really engaged with the LaDroit Park community, it sounds like, to share spaces where they can hold their programs, where they can help individuals, and run programs. I'm not sure if they've run pathways in LaDroit Park, but I know that that's one of their major programs that they've been using to try to help individuals organize their lives and move away from committing crimes. So yeah, feel free to give it a read over and let me know if you have any questions. But I think that this organization is worth our support, and that as the district figures out the future of violence interruption in DC, that ICC DC should remain a central part of it.
Okay, I want to give opportunity to Reverend Judy. If you feel like you want to chime in anywhere, go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. You can unmute yourself. We have a question in the audience. I'll turn to that one real quick first. It's from Mike Hewling.
Yes, thank you. I'm actually the president of the LaDroit Park Civic Association, and we wholeheartedly support ICCDC to continue with the Ward 1 VI program. There's still a lot of work to be done, but Reverend Judy and Intercity have been there since February, I believe, and Commissioner Fay, please interject at any point. But they have done a fantastic job of, really getting with the community, working with the individuals at risk. Unfortunately, we did have I don't want to call it minor shooting, but we had a shooting on Sunday, but that was the first time in close to 150 or 200 days since then. And I think an arrest had already been made. But we were getting them, I mean, probably a couple times a month, and they were pretty violent before Reverend Judy took over that program. So whatever she's doing, the community is fully behind her. So I just want to say that in terms of the LaDroit Park Civic Association.
Thank you for adding that. I appreciate that. Reverend Judy, I see you came off mute. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all very much for even taking up the matter and considering the letter of support. Because as you said, it is a changing tide in the violence prevention space, and hopefully we can continue to make a significant impact in the areas that we have. I really truly do believe, Mike, and commissioners, that we have begun the process of changing the mindset of the young men and women in the community that were very, high risk, through a series of programming. And, I'm just so very thankful to Matt introducing me to Reverend Jenkins and allowing the church space to be made available to us for us to program with our cognitive behavior theory workshops and our peace ambassadors. We've now graduated 2 peace ambassador classes. We had one last week, and we will begin to even do more. And we are training not only the 18 to 35 age group. I've found a way to incorporate it for the younger participants who are active, to also participate in those classes, which has been phenomenal because they decided that they wanted to come right on their own, which is just amazing. And they're sitting through the 90-minute sessions, and really, really opening up to the facilitator. And these are young men that Frank and Anthony will tell you the VI and the OW in the community, these are the ones that we have our eyes on all the time, right? We keep our eyes on them. We try to know where they are all the time, and to influence them in a positive way. So as Mike said, there is a lot of work still to be done, but we are up for the task, and we are looking forward to even doing more, and having you all support us has made all the difference in the world. Being able to have events that we can show up to and show who we are, and get to know the community in a real, impactful way has been all that we needed, I think.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work. Thank you for always being such an energetic liaison to this commission as well, which of course the letter reflects very capably.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Do I hear a motion related to the letter?
I would like to make a motion that ANC 1B support this letter in support of inner city collaborative for continued funding and support from the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any debate? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting the letter as presented, please raise your Zoom hands. I count 8. Oh, 8. Ooh. That's 8 in favor. All opposed, please raise your hands.
I'm sorry, I'm in favor.
All right, 9 in favor, adopted unanimously. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda, I am going to use my discretion to reorder the agenda. We have a guest on the line, and we like to extend the courtesy of entertaining motions that have community members and others participating earlier in the agenda so they don't have to wait until 10:45 p.m. to speak. The item I'm moving up is double A on the agenda. We actually went through an entire alphabet into the second round today. It is the resolution in support of light touch zoning being presented by Commissioner Barrio. Commissioner, let me know how you want to handle this. I think it'd be best if you spoke first to introduce the resolution a little bit, talk about its operative clause, and then I'd be happy to allot 2 minutes to your invited guest.
Yes, I did want to say that I think my guest was on earlier, and I was going to let her know when we were moving on. So hopefully she can rejoin soon. But I'm happy to present on it now, and then hopefully she can join and pitch in. It's Alex Baca from GG Wash, who some of you may be familiar with. But yeah, basically, as many of you know, and I've spoken with some of you about this, I've been working with our committees on a resolution related to the comprehensive plan. We all know that housing is very scarce and expensive in DC, especially for many households. A 2022 study pegged the shortfall at 116,000 homes in DC, which is equivalent to 35% of the district's housing stock. We know that when places have a shortage of housing like DC, this causes major stress for families. It causes displacement, homelessness, financial burdens, and this can lead to all sorts of ills in our society, such as crime, drug abuse, poor educational outcomes, and a whole host of other things. So we know that housing is central to people's lives and their well-being, and we know that the district right now does not have enough housing, and it is not affordable enough to live here. So one of the proven avenues to building new housing that we have the option of supporting is through addition of accessory dwelling units, through more townhomes, row houses, duplexes, triplexes, and small homes, sixplexes, basically smaller forms of single family housing in the district. And the main way that we can support this new housing that we desperately need in DC is through the rewrite of the comprehensive plan, which some of you may have heard a lot about recently. But the brief summary is just that the district writes a comprehensive plan which states its values, principles, goals, and the ways that it wants to achieve these values. It does this not very often. The last full rewrite was 20 years ago, and I don't expect there to be another rewrite for potentially another several decades. Though there was a brief update several years ago, but not a full rewrite. So this is going to be a major opportunity for our commission to weigh in on basically the future physical environment of DC and what we want that to look like in our area and the district as a whole. So the resolution that I am bringing in front of the commission today basically at its core legalizes the by right construction of townhomes, accessory dwelling units, and up to 6 units per lot district wide. The projections that I've been able to find show that this could lead to up to 1,000 family-sized units per year, and this could be introduced to neighborhoods in a gradual manner that preserves character through height limitations. We could limit it at 3 stories, which is the language in the resolution currently, as well as front setbacks. This would be 5 times the number of single-family homes built over the last decade in DC every single year. So this is a major way that we could potentially add new housing. These homes are also projected to cost around 30% less than the existing structure that they might be replacing. And so there's a significant affordability benefit. The last thing I want to say in terms of benefits and in terms of how this might impact our commission and DC as a whole is that, in ANC 1B, it's already relatively dense. We already have row house neighborhoods and we have apartment buildings, but this could allow for additional ADUs, accessory dwelling units, as well as vacant lots that have yet to be developed, as well as potential duplex and triplex conversions. But really, this would allow for development in a lot of lower density areas of DC as well, and into denser forms of housing that could add lots of new units. There's a lot of extensive academic research which shows that if we add more housing in a neighborhood, in a city, in a metro area, that this helps with affordability, especially for low-income households, by reducing rents and reducing or mitigating home price appreciation, which puts homes further out of reach for people. So I'm happy to go into more details about the resolution and the specific provisions. We can put it up on the screen if that is helpful at all. But that is the core of this resolution and what I'm bringing before you today. I've already spoken with the ZPD committee twice. I've spoken with Chairperson Brandt about this resolution, and I've spoken with the Economic Development Committee as well to get their feedback. So I'm happy to answer any questions that folks might have.
Yeah, I apologize for not putting this on the screen. Sometimes I forget to do my job over here. I think the whereas clauses, obviously don't want to spend time reading through them. But I think if you want to talk about the bullets, maybe the specific policy prescriptions in the operative clause, I mean, don't take 10 minutes, but let's familiarize ourselves with what you're putting forward as the priorities for the comp plan.
Sure, yeah. So what I'm advocating for here and what I hope the commission will advocate for is basically allowing by right construction of up to 6 units, like I said, and then up to 8 units after a discretionary review process. So the idea is that we want to make it easy to build housing in the district. And the main way to do that is by saying that areas that are currently zoned to not allow for the housing which is most prevalent in DC, which is, row houses, we want that to be possible throughout the district. Legalizing by right construction of townhomes is similar, basically just saying that you are able to build attached housing throughout the district. Rapidly permitting ADUs up to 1,200 square feet, consistent with regional best practices, while removing owner occupation, 5-year use restrictions, and other policies that limit these housing opportunities. Basically, the ADU policy in the district doesn't allow these things to get built very often. And when they do get built, they have to be quite small. I believe around 600 or 700 square feet. I might need to fact check that, but it's small. There are requirements that make it very difficult to rent out these units, so they can't really be a source of more affordable housing for people. And there are other owner occupation requirements, like mentioned here, that make it just very difficult to get these built. Allowing a small scale subdivision by right in residential zones basically means that if you have a very large lot, you can divide that lot into smaller lots. So it's primarily seen through townhome construction when you are building 4 townhomes, let's say. Those are each on their own lot. So it's only really possible to build those townhouses if you allow people to split their lots into multiple lots that are smaller for each of those new homes. Or tiny homes. I have a cousin who's building very small homes in North Carolina. There was formerly just one house on a very large lot. Now he's building, I think, 6 very small homes on that same lot that will be much more affordable for people and will significantly add to the housing stock, of course, because you get 5 additional units. Removing side and rear setback requirements and modifying front setback requirements basically makes this possible. In other places around the country where this has been tried, these types of requirements have made it very difficult to actually add new housing. But I definitely respect that, the ways in which the district will ultimately implement this, many of the details will ultimately be worked out through the comprehensive plan, through the Office of Planning and the DC Council. We want to preserve neighborhood character and continuity, but at the same time, we want to make sure that it is actually possible to build this housing, that it does get built. And so that's why that requirement is there. The minimum lot size, no greater than 1,200 square feet. Similarly, if you're going to be able to build more housing, you need to have smaller lots. Smaller lots make homes cheaper because land is very expensive. And if there are requirements that you have very large lot sizes, as there are in some areas of DC, then it's very difficult to build more affordable homes. The shot clock basically just says that we should review these permits and either approve or reject them within a certain amount of time. We desperately need new housing in DC, and I think this is a way we can lead. Other places around the country have tried things like this. And so, ideally, we would have potentially pre-approved designs for new housing, or we would hire additional staff, which is the next bullet point here, in order to accommodate this influx of permits. So this is not saying they have to be approved, but just saying that they need to be reviewed, and we should provide approvals or rejections in an expedited manner, especially given that this is not large new multifamily buildings. These are generally going to be, much smaller forms of housing, primarily single family forms of housing. And then finally, the last bullet point is just, a statement in terms of values and in terms of goals that, in order to have equality of opportunity for people, regardless of background, it really means that we need more housing to be built throughout the district, not just in a few pockets of places, but really everywhere we want more housing to be built to give more people opportunities to move to the neighborhoods where they want to live.
Thank you for walking through that. I am going to give first crack at the bat to the chairs of the committees that examined the resolution and gave feedback. So Christian of ZPD and Commissioner Fay of ED. Christian, you want to take it first? And I'm going to follow our rules pretty strictly and cap us at 2 minutes per speaker, just so we can move along.
Great. So I'm just going to report out about what ZPD's conversation about this was, and then I will chime in at a later point about my own personal opinion. So Commissioner Barlow came to ZPD twice. Both times, the first time was the original version of the resolution, and then he made some changes to the resolution based on feedback the second time. And then after the second time, he took that resolution to economic development. What I will say is that the committee was initially, I think, sort of split on the resolution as much as, we didn't vote on it, so I don't know exactly where everyone stood. But I think there was a general positive association with many of the components of the resolution, and that increased, I would say, over the course of viewing the second version of it. The other thing I will say is that the current version of the resolution does represent a lot of changes that reflect the requests and comments that committee members made at the last time this came before the ZPD. In particular, the shot clock changes to how the shot clock is discussed in this resolution. There are some additional changes about the sort of, whether including multifamily and historic development review in this. So I do think that this resolution does represent a really good faith effort to reconcile a lot of the competing interests from ZPD members, at least. And I think it does represent, in my own assessment, I think it does represent a lot of what committee members really wanted out of the resolution. But again, we didn't vote on it, so I don't want to put words in committee members' mouths, but I'll say that.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate the readout. And Commissioner Fay, if you'd like to do the same for the ED committee.
Yeah, and I'll do the same thing that Christian did, which is to give an update on the ED portion, and I'll reserve my own comments for later on. So we did not get a chance to spend as much time, I think, as we would have liked to discussing this in economic development. We had a very full agenda. Appreciated that Commissioner Barrio stayed a little bit later than I think he was planning on to talk us through it. So we like ZPD did not have a vote. I think the thing that I will reflect, and I've spoken with Commissioner Barrio about this as well, is that we did not actually go into the written word of the resolution. We spent time talking about kind of what he was hoping to accomplish and what he wanted to do with this. Um, and maybe I'll editorialize just a little bit here by saying, when I listen to Commissioner Barrio talk about what he wants to do with this resolution, I really like it. When I read the printed word or the written word, I just get incredibly nervous about how many big zoning holes there are in it. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. But I like the concept. The Economic Development Committee liked the concept. I think the devil is in the details. And I do think that there's a lot of details to work out to advance this to a point where it can really make a positive impact in the commission area.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. The first hand that went up, I believe, was Commissioner Kenzix.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, I spoke to Commissioner Barrio regarding this when he had first reached out. You know, I love the idea of having more availability for housing. Of course, I'm all about deeply affordable housing. The concern I did raise was that, doing construction my whole life, these buildings are set with foundations and black iron, and there would have to be renovations done all the way out to the street. Because you're not just dealing with one family with maybe two or three children. You're going to be dealing with six different, bathrooms going, and so again, it's not saying I'm saying anything negative against it. I told him that I would be supportive of this. I just want that to be in mind, that it could cost the taxpayers and also the homeowners, or however this is done, a lot of money, because it wouldn't be something that would be done just within the house. I know Mr. Holden over there was a smirk, but the truth is, that is the truth. If you know how to build and you build in construction for 29 years, you know that when you do any type of infrastructure in anything, you need to upgrade the material, just like it is in a building, commercial building, home, which Commissioner Holden does have a beautiful home too. But if he went to put six people in his house, he would have to upgrade his all of his piping all the way up to the street. And every one of us on this call, and every person in the audience would be paying more money for our taxes to do this. So it's just something we have to look at, the cost analysis. That's all. Simple. Thank you.
Should I
Thank you.
speak to Commissioner Kizik or let everybody go first?
Let's pile up a few if you
Okay.
don't mind.
Sure, I'll take
Commissioner,
some notes.
please do, Commissioner Holden.
Hey, thanks. So I'm in strong support of the resolution. The most iconic housing form in DC is the row house. And 36% of land in the city that is zoned for residential purposes is zoned as single-family detached housing. That means the row house is illegal to build in those areas. Even if somebody wanted to, they wouldn't be allowed to. I'm getting these stats from a report from 2020 from the Office of Planning. 59% of the residential land in the district is currently zoned for single family. So you can only have one unit in the house. And 41% is zoned multifamily. So I think there's a big opportunity that with changes like this, that like more parts of the city could take on some of the burden that Commissioner Kinzik was talking about of densification. And this isn't even talking about big apartment buildings. This is gentle density, minor density. There's a lot of opportunity for new housing in the district. So I'm a big supporter of this.
Thanks very much. Let's go back. Let me finish these commissioner comments and then I'll come to you, Francois, if that's okay.
Sure.
Christian,
And I think
you were
Alex
next.
is back on, so
I saw.
we'll figure it out.
Okay. Go ahead, Kristen, 2 minutes.
I just was saying thank you, Chair. And this is just my own personal opinion. So, but some of you may know I am a professional planner. I work in planning. Um, and I guess what I'll say is that I think that this is, especially based on the original version of this that I saw, I think this is a really strong resolution that I support. And so I would just second everything that Commissioner Holden said. There are two things that I just wanted to specifically mention. One is that, I don't think that the Office of Planning would take this resolution and implement it as it's written, as policy. I think they would certainly review this and implement it in their own sort of like through their own process in exactly the same way they're doing like the rear yard setback policy zoning changes. It would get that same level of treatment, and at the very least, it would be discussed during the comprehensive plan. And so, the way that I'm thinking about this resolution is that it's a statement of values and expectations about what we want to have happen in the district. It's not a policy document. And I don't think that we as a commission know enough. Even those of us who know a lot about planning, we do not know enough about planning and how all of the district zoning ordinances work together to be able to write a policy document that they can implement as is. And so I just want to caution us about being concerned too much about the actual technicalities of this resolution, because I think the spirit of it is the thing that is most important to communicate to the Office of Planning. I forgot what the second thing I was going to say, so I'll just leave it at that. I'm almost out of time.
So you are. Thank you very much. Commissioner Sycamore, I think I saw yours up next. Trying to do the balls and strikes here. Sorry, I'll get
I think
close.
Commissioner Fay was first, so he can go if he wants.
As you like.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Sycamore, and I'll go after you.
All right, not a problem. So, one of the big issues I have with this one, and over my 10 years being a commissioner and being involved in the community, is that I feel like this is taking away the voices of the people in which we serve. I feel like there's already been so much by right development that's happened specifically within my SMD and within ANC 1B, where people really don't have a voice in what's going on in their neighborhood. And I feel like that just dilutes the people's voices even more. It's not that I'm against housing, and the simple fact this was written by Greater Washington, who already hate me. So I'm sure they're going to give a lot more after this to write about me. However, it's I think a little bit of a slap in the face to a lot of our constituents. There's one that's going on in Commissioner Lemon Strauss's district. When I contacted the developer who has developed within my SMD, he says, everything I'm doing is by right. You have no reason to contact me. And I feel like we're giving too much power to these developers who are constantly just slapping us back in the face and don't really give, quite frankly, a shit about us or our constituents. They just are concerned about money. And I'm sorry, at the end of the day, no matter how pretty of a bow we want to put on this as far as affordable housing is concerned, at the end of the day, it's about money and making money. And that's why I think it's a really big concern of mine to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fay. Go ahead. I want to just state for everybody, this is I hear what Kristen Brent is saying, and I really appreciate the point. And I wonder if maybe a little bit of the language could be tweaked to clarify that we're speaking about priorities and not quite so much policy prescriptions. I'm interested. You have me thinking about that in the background. In either case, this is a pretty meaty document, and I don't want to spend a ton of time tonight because we have a big agenda coming up. So I think I'll want to allow 5 to 10 more minutes, and let's take stock then and see how we feel we're sitting. Commissioner Fay, go ahead.
Great, thanks. I think I want to pick up where Christian was at, where you're talking about the principles. I agree with that idea, right? That we're in the form of the comp plan, we're transmitting big ideas or kind of positions of the community, and that we then want to work with them to work through them. That said, right, whatever actual words are in our resolution are going to get picked up by the community, are going to get picked up with others, are going to be advocated in a certain direction. And so I do want to be very careful with the language that we choose. I would like, I said this before, I like listening to Commissioner Barrio talk about his goals. I really do. When I look at the paper, though, my head goes into zoning mode. And so my first question is, when you say residential zone, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about R, mixed use residential, RF, like which one? What is it going to impact? And so I think some degree of specificity, some degree of guidance is really important. When I read this in a literal way, what I see on the paper is that we could go to Seton Street and we could tear down any one of those row homes by right. We could build a 35-foot tall building and we could put 6 apartments in it. And so if that's
I just want to clarify that historic preservation laws would still come into effect. So in a historic district, you can't tear down any house on Seton Street.
Can I finish?
Sorry, but
but Commissioner Holden, you're right on point. Let me start my timer again. Absent a statement that we would respect historic zones, people could draw that conclusion that you could go into a historic zone and tear it down. I want us to be clear. And so I either want to stick to principles or I want to stick to zoning, but I want to be really careful that we don't try to cross that line because I think we'll get in trouble with it ourselves and with our community.
Let me ask you really quickly, and you can count this against my time. Commissioner Fay, is there a kernel of an answer in what Chair Brandt raised? Is there a way that we can clarify that these are sort of guiding principles for the commission as we enter the process of engagement on the comp plan, and that allows them to not be read as literally as you're thinking of? And I empathize with what you're talking about, right? It doesn't say anything here about historical preservation, so it's not clear. Are we suggesting that that should not apply to the by right construction of 6 units per lot, or are we assuming that the processes that exist now will continue to exist in the future with respect to a historic district, for example, right? We don't want to produce a 94-page document with every caveat in there.
No.
So do you think there's an easy fix where we can even change the language in the introductory paragraph there about including the following provisions, and then we maintain this list, or do you think some of the bullets still need tweaking from your perspective?
So very, very, very quickly, the first answer is yes. I think we could turn it into more of a principal document than to a position document. The reason, one of the places that I get nervous is that we're talking about things like maximum heights that tie back to zoning. 35 foot is part of the zoning. The rear and side yard setbacks are zoning, and we're saying we're going to do away with those. And so when we talk about specific zoning elements and we say we're going to dispense with this zoning element, but we don't talk about preserving another zoning element, it could, right? It could lead to confusion. And so what I would want is either a 94-page document, which I don't think we are qualified to write, or I would want something that we felt was really solid on the principles front, and clarified enough things to say to our community that's going to read this without hearing this conversation and the Office of Planning, hey, these are really specifically the things that we want. Again, when I listen to Commissioner Barrio talk about his goals, I really like what I hear. And so the thought I'd like to do is to say, how would we lift up the word or the verbiage in the document to be more in line with the things that Commissioner Barrio is saying? And then I think we've got more of a principal document. We could take this nascent housing affordability joint task force that we're talking about, spend some time on it. We could get a small group together. Commissioner Barrio could just dig into it and say, hey, here's another draft. But that would be my goal, is to stay very principled and stick in line with what Commissioner Barrio is really passionately pushing, which I think is good.
So
Since you
I do
brought it
want
up
to give
there,
Alex a chance to
want to
speak. Sorry.
Yeah, please. Yeah, Alex, if you want to speak, put up your hand if you're there, and we'll go ahead and promote you in the background while I'm mentioning this, since Commissioner Fay raised the point. We are working to craft the four corners of a special committee, which is a sort of feature in our SOPs, that's going to focus on housing affordability with respect to advising the comp plan. There's a conversation going on with a couple of the committee chairs and a couple of the leading committee members, especially from ZPD and ED, about how to craft that, and how best to shape and time our input into the comp plan with a view toward increasing housing affordability through lots of levers, not only construction, but lots of other stuff. Of course, many of our standing committees are going to be doing comp plan input processes in the calendar year coming up, TPPS, ED, ZPD, but we do want to do a dedicated body just to look at the housing affordability question, since it's, obviously one of the top priorities for the district. So, as Commissioner Fay said, there is room to consider this document there or handle this document on its own and then do follow-on work through that committee, but that's something we'll have to talk about in the month or two ahead. That said, we have our invited guest. I do want to allot 2 minutes to Alex Bacchus, as she was invited by Commissioner Barrio. Krishna, I also see you there. I'll come to you right after that. And at that point, I do want to do a check-in about time. So expect that. Alex, floor is yours for 2 minutes. Though you are muted. Alex, you continue to be muted. There may be a technical issue over there. Francois, if you're in touch, maybe lob
I don't know.
a text to make sure.
She's saying her mic is not working.
Okay, we'll come back to it. Try to jiggle the wires over there or join from a phone or something, and we'll come to you right away. Krishna, since you haven't spoken yet and you're an integral member of these discussions from your committee, I'd love to hear from you. Karen, if we can, there we go. Krishna, go ahead, 2 minutes.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I'll just try to be quick. I am not really speaking from a community's perspective here, a little bit more from a personal perspective. Want to thank Commissioner Barrio for putting this resolution forward. I think, as other people have said, there's a great deal to like about it in terms of the focus. I do want to pick on a little bit, so please forgive me. I see sort of three things that kind of flagged my attention. Number one, I just have some concerns about the rear yard and the lighted space issue. If we go to essentially 100% lot coverage, what is that going to do to the neighbors on either side? I think there needs to be thinking through that. I would say we had some good discussion earlier on whether this is a document about principles or specifics. I agree that with Chair Brandt, that, this is more about principles. And so maybe that gets absorbed in it, but I think it's still an issue that we need to flag. Second is I had raised at the ED committee some concerns with DOB and the fast track. I see Commissioner Barrio has sort of addressed that with some language about, as I had suggested, about looking specifically at and getting DOB up to speed on this. My concern, it goes back to the collapse on V Street earlier this year, and it's when you're building a row house, oftentimes you have to dig into the foundation and dig into the neighboring party walls. And I think maybe another way, Commissioner Barrio, that we could look at that is saying, loosen up the DOB laws when we don't have to do that level of underpinning. Again, that's getting very specific. And I don't know if the commission wants to go there, but I just wanted to throw that out as an idea. And third, just going to this idea again, which I think other folks have talked about. What are we trying to establish as principles? What are we trying to establish as specifics here? Definitely concerned because I'm just thinking, I mean, we have no real single family housing zoning in ANC 1B, maybe in some parts of LaDroit that I don't know about almost, but everything almost we have is already townhome zoned or multifamily zoned. So I'm trying to understand how this is going to really apply in our neighborhood to get hyper specific. I think Commissioner Barrio has addressed that to a degree. I think it's worth just thinking about, continue to think about. I think this is a great idea district-wide that we need to do. I'm just, again, raising some concerns about how it would be applied inside of our own ANC. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanrahan. He hasn't spoken yet. Keep it brief if you would. I want to let everyone know after he speaks, I would like to entertain a motion to table. I don't personally want to table the discussion, but I just want to use it as a mechanism to hear everyone's vote on whether we think we're ready to vote on the resolution tonight, or if the body would like more time to consider this in December or in committee or through whatever other means. I just want to use that as sort of a straw poll about whether we're ready to vote or not. Commissioner Hanrahan, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I am generally in support of the resolution and also echo the sentiments of that a lot of folks are saying. Just wondering, what is is there any specific timeline or thing we're looking to respond to with this resolution? Do we need to get this off the ground tonight? Or is there a timeline for the comp plan to weigh in on throughout the later months?
So yeah, there's a lot of things brought up there. I'll address Stevens because I heard that last and it has to do with time. What I'll say is that they are taking feedback. They've been taking feedback for the last year roughly. There is still more time to give feedback. In order for any of this to actually happen, for us to actually make it easier to build housing in the district, we are going like this is a first step, but honestly, more commissions will need to sign on. My goal with this is to try to build a coalition across the district that's not just in Ward 1, but in all of the wards. And so the sooner we do this, the sooner we make a statement on this, the better. Because if we don't do it soon, it's going to drag out. And, they're already taking feedback now. They're already having meetings. They're already figuring out what is going to go into the comp plan. So, yeah, that's what I would say in terms of timing. Um, in terms of some of the other issues that were raised, I'm happy to run down them really quick. I appreciate everybody's thoughtful engagement and questions because I know that there's some important things to consider here. In terms of infrastructure, I hear this as a concern. I think that we can build more infrastructure. We've done it in the past, and I just want to raise that, while infrastructure costs money, we are going to gain so much property tax revenue from having new residents, from building new housing in the district that I think this can more than offset the costs. So I'm really hopeful about that, and I think that that's been demonstrated in a lot of places. Um, I would say that in terms of housing affordability, I think that this has a lot of benefits for housing affordability, like I mentioned earlier, in terms of we need more housing. We know that new housing helps reduce rents. We know that this housing would likely be less expensive because it's not a small house on a really large piece of land that's worth a ton of money. Um, I did want to address Commissioner Fay's point about goals versus policy. I think that this is an important one. This is a difficult one to strike a balance on, but I think that we need to be more specific than just saying we want more housing to be built in DC. Everybody wants more housing to be built in DC, and everybody wants housing to be affordable. But where the rubber meets the road is whether we're going to actually make it possible for people to build new housing. And so, what this resolution is doing is saying that we are actually going to follow the lead and, in many ways, take the lead in terms of we're going to make the district one of the most pro housing places so that we can actually get this done. And if we don't make it by right, if we don't modify some of the setback requirements, if we don't allow people to split lots, it just won't happen. It just simply won't happen. And we've seen this in other places where these requirements are used to stop new housing from being built. So, I really want to make sure that while, we're not planners and we're not, zoning experts like Christian said, and that's why I don't want to get into every little nitty-gritty thing in this resolution. There are roughly 8 bullet points. I think that's okay to include, and I think that the Office of Planning can figure out how to process that and turn that into the vision that we have. But I want to be specific about our vision is that we want to make it easy to build these types of desperately needed units that already exist in most of DC, like Commissioner Holden pointed out. We're basically trying to just make it possible to build what DC has historically been amazing at building.
So,
Yeah,
Francois,
so
based on what you've said,
mhm.
right, I'm still not clear on what that is. And so I'm going to move to table this.
I'm sorry, but what are you like? You're not clear on what? On what type of housing or what type of what?
I am not. So when you look at so let me just do this. I'm going to
Mhm.
move to table this. And no one else has to support that, but I'm going to move to table it because I think this is a good idea that needs more work, and I would like to be able to do that work. Um, I, there's a lot of this that I'm supportive of, but I want it to be super clear. And right now, it's not clear to me. And I would be very happy to have another beer and to like hammer it out. And by hammer it out, I don't mean argue it. I mean, I think just putting pen to paper on kind of different things. So long-winded, I moved to table, and I guess I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you very much. Listen, properly, we should have debate on the motion to table. I really don't want to engage in that unless somebody has something incredibly burning. Like I said before, I want to use the motion to table as a straw poll to understand whether we think we're ready to vote on this document as is, or we'd like to take some more time to work on the language. And that can be in December's meeting. It can be back in committee in between now and then. It can be the special committee that we're talking about in the new year. I understand that that's some time from now, and that's not Commissioner Barrio's hope. So that said, are these points that
I just have a
require?
quick comment.
You may.
If we're tabling this, because there are other things we'll want to weigh in on the comp plan besides this, we need to get this done sooner than later because there will be other comp plan resolutions, and it'll be better if we have multiple feedback opportunities on the comp plan or suggestions, as opposed to it's the last minute and we're trying to do one giant comp plan resolution, right? So like, let's do this one soon. If we table this, let's do it soon. Then we can work on other ones, because I don't want it to be the last month of comp plan feedback and we suddenly feel like we need to write the world's biggest resolution.
I pushed Commissioner Hanrahan when he said we'll try to get to it next month. Could you be more specific? And he said I'll bring it back in November. I think what he's bringing back, the next thing we're going to get to, is great. Like they did such a good job. I would be very comfortable saying that I will commit whatever time is necessary to work with Commissioner Barrio. I'd love others to commit to, so that we can bring this back for a vote in December.
So yeah, I think that's all really reasonable. I just want to say very quickly, I'm at this point, I know there's like a ton of questions and some people are seeing some of this language for the first time, though I tried to reach out to folks in advance. But I totally get that. And so if we don't vote on it tonight and we do table, I just want to be clear that, given the timelines of everything like we're talking about, given that in order for any of this to actually even be real, it can't just be us. It has to be a chorus of voices saying that we want this to happen. I am going to bring this to a vote in December. And so I'm more than happy to meet with folks, to look at the language, to work things out. I am always available. Everybody has my cell phone number. Well, I'm not always available, but I try. So, but I just do want to be clear that if we do table it tonight, it will be on the agenda in December, and I'm going to move to vote on it, regardless of what will come.
Commissioner Sycamore, so fast.
Yeah, just really quick. One of the Q&As, someone wrote, the public input is ongoing for the comp plan, and the real digging into details is shown in this very early draft of 1B proposal won't really be considered in detail until mid to late 2026. So I think that's some important information to know, whoever that was. Thank you so much. And then Mr. Chauvin had said one of the most important items on ANC 1B is increased density and upzoning to utilize parcels. Why isn't this included? So that kind of emphasizes a whole nother point. I think this is like I said, I think you're doing a fantastic job, Commissioner Barrio, and I in general support a lot of what you're saying, but I do think there needs to be more discussion on these issues.
Okay. That being said, debate on the motion to table has concluded. All those in favor of tabling the motion, please raise your Zoom hands. I count 6 in favor. All those opposed or wishing to. All those opposed, raise your hands. Zoom hands.
Oops, sorry.
It didn't make sense. The math is not mathing. 2 opposed. Sorry. 2 opposed. The motion to table carries. Thank you very much. We'll circle back to this
I'm abstaining from the vote
as soon as possible, and 1 abstention has been noted. Thank you very much. Alrighty, y'all. We have a ton to do. The first most important thing before we jump into the licenses, of course, is this question of setting ground rules for the late operations. We considered a resolution last month. It went back to ABCR committee. It is back again today. Commissioner Hanrahan, can I ask you to present the document? Do you have it on your screen there handily?
Yes, let's see.
Cool. Listen, while
I
he
just
pulls that up,
did,
I
and I'm
just
gonna
want to
find it
make,
again.
thank you. While he's working on that, I want to make a quick couple of comments. We have a ton of licenses coming up right now. ABCR committee recommended quite a few protests. And since there are two meetings at which they sent up those protest recommendations, we've been having a lot of conversations about how to handle that. I just want to state for the record and for work plan going forward that I deeply believe that a lot of this process has to move leftward on the timeline. We need to avoid this type of crunch again in the future. I think as a general matter, the commission needs to do earlier engagement, more regular communication with owners and operators. I think we haven't quite lived up to expectations in terms of notifying owners and operators all the time when their business is appearing on an agenda, whether it be the commission or the committee. So I'm intending to convene a group after this wave of placards is passed to look at this and suggest some improvements, some process improvements. Um, Settlement agreements can form the baseline for a productive, mutually respectful relationship between the commission and operators. But the fact of the matter is that protests are perceived as a punitive measure by the owners and operators themselves and by ABCA. It's important to note. They also incur costs for the businesses, and I'm a little bit nervous about a reputation that the U Street ANC will protest every single license that comes through. I understand why that's done in a lot of cases, and I understand that, strictly speaking, we are not blanket protesting here. There are real concerns for quality of life, and we're having nuanced conversations. But I would like to get us to a place where the protest is not the device for initiating a conversation with an owner. And I think we, tried that with Thirst, which we're going to talk about. We have been writing to them for a long time, and we started 3 months ago saying the renewal process is coming up. Let's sit down casually before there's a crunch, before there's a deadline looming over our heads, and talk about what we expect to happen. I think that should become more and more the standard practice of this commission, that we're looking at timelines 3, 6 months down the pike. What's coming up? How do we engage businesses way before this period? So I wanted to say all that. I want to set that as an expectation. Maybe at year end, starting the new term in January, we can tackle some of that stuff. So please start thinking about things that you think could be improved in this process. All that said, Commissioner Hanrahan, if you would please show us the resolution if you have it handy, and talk just very briefly about how it evolved from last time and what the committee made of it.
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
Great.
go ahead.
Yes. So to preface this, so last we've been engaged in a multitude of protests, and one one major issue that's come up of the ABCUR committee and the commission as a whole this year, and really has been specific application businesses submitting substantial change, businesses submitting applications for an extension of operating hours from 3 a.m. to like the 6 a.m. period. And it's been a general consensus from our committee and also from the commission that we don't want this. We really, it's there's a lot of reasons we don't support it. There's a lot of reasons that businesses themselves are getting hurt by this. They're getting penalties. They end up selling. There's instances of alcohol being sold past these hours because alcohol is legally not allowed to be sold past 3 a.m. on weeknights, on weekends. Um, and we believe it kind of creates an unhealthy environment for both the business operators and also the local neighbors who live nearby, who and then the public safety that also happens on the street and is the MPD is responsible for it. So there's a lot of reasons we don't like that. What I think our last commission meeting, I think Commissioner Fay got a great jump and drafted a resolution that took a stance of trying to say for the things that ANC 1B would like to see in as kind of a set of standards that would like to be seen in ANC 1B. I think it kind of was similar to I think Commissioner Barrio's resolution right now was a little bit of principle, a little bit of specifics. And I think we tried to steer it more here, more towards principle. I think we also tried to steer it more towards what we don't want to see rather than more of the standards for what we want to see, because I think it's easier to target the things we don't want to see here. So I brought the resolution to both of our committee meetings to get updated feedback from our committee. And then our most recent committee meeting on Monday, actually, we got a lot more. We had got some serious wordsmithing done, and added two more clauses. And so basically, what this resolution is saying is, yes, we have ANC1B, we have a lot of alcohol establishments. Um, Alcohol isn't allowed to be served past 6 a.m. There's a lot of concerns with NPD, with APCA's ability to enforce this, residents' complaints about this. Then we've also uh, so we ended up on the commission does not support any new APCA license application or a substantial change to operating hours that extend beyond the times alcohol beverages are legally allowed to be served. We also added this piece right above it, which is really a major concern too, is not just to talk about the late night operating hours, but also about the question of amplified sound that comes into play here. So we added a kind of discussion about the amplified noise coming from being heard in the exterior through doors, windows, summer gardens, retractable roofs, etc. And so regarding policy, we kind of land up in this way, right? Because I think we're kind of having the question of the protest, and the protest is like has a stigma attached to it that doesn't sound great. We ended up with um, basically if a place has existing operating hours past 6 a.m., we want to make sure that there's a fair agreement with them that protects peace, order, and quiet of the community. And then but also if they have hours and there's also a significant investigative history, then we want to also have stricter provisions with them and maybe even a revocation of these license hours if they have this significant investigative history in order to maintain neighborhood livability. And also, if any establishment has a summer garden or sidewalk cafe with hours past 10 p.m., will be subject to additional review to ensure that amplified sound is not audible from the exterior. So please read it. I think it's read better than I just said it. But I think I am happy. I appreciate Commissioner Fay's appraise of this. I am happy how it kind of turned out. I think there's some committee members here in the audience tonight if they want to chime in on it. But I think this kind of outlines what our position for how we've been kind of choosing to protest these late night hours is, one, if it's a new license trying to extend hours, we don't really support it for these reasons. Two, if they have existing hours, well, we want to make sure there's at least an agreement on file with them that ensures there's peace, order, and quiet, and there's no concerns the ANC might have. And then three, if they have hours extended and there's this investigative history, well, we're going to seek more than a fair agreement. We might even seek revocation or further stringent measures or additional stringent measures related to those hours. So I think I kind of summarized it a little bit better at the end there. But this is basically it.
All right, I'm going to consider that a motion to adopt the resolution so we can start debate. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay. And do please stop sharing your screen so we can all see each other back in our happy Brady family. Did I hear a hand go up? Is there a debate or discussion on? Yes, Rachel Scheckman. Oops. No, Rachel Scheckman. Rachel, oh, yes, Rachel. Karen, if you promote Rachel, who's a member of the ABCR committee. Go ahead.
Hi, first off, thank you for letting me speak. And also wanted to say, Chairperson Duramo, I agree with you. I think that the language around protesting different settlement agreements is a little bit harsh, especially when we just want them to sit down with their ANC and work out a good settlement agreement. And I think that there's 4 or 5 of them in the list that are coming up like Whitlow's, Spark Social, those where I didn't want to protest them, right? But that's the language that we use, and we just wanted the due diligence to be done. And I think when you look at this resolution, I live behind 2 nightclubs that I've had issues with sound penetration into my home and the homes of my neighbors. One of them, when we protested them a few years ago, we had 40 signatures. You could hear them from a quarter mile away. That's gotten a lot better. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better. And I think that a lot of this language is to prevent people from being kept up till 3 in the morning by outdoor amplified sound when a bar or restaurant is next to residential homes, and to prevent that from going all night into like 6 in the morning as well. And so I hope y'all consider the impact on the residents, and that we're trying to get at is basically to make sure that there's due diligence on these issues, that if there is a summer garden or other outdoor space, that we're looking at it with regards to the neighborhood, and that we are putting stipulations in the settlement agreement that take that into account, and not to drag owners into a really difficult hearing process, but to just make sure that they're set up for success within their community, so that they're not coming into conflict with community members. Because like, I don't want to be calling ABCA at 3 in the morning, right? And harassing, harassing ABCA about, the club, and then having them have to get a penalty. I want the club and the residents to have success. So that's what I want to say and uplift on this process.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Super well articulated. Thank you for taking the time to hang out with us tonight. After your 2 ABCR meetings that also went into the wee hours.
Yeah.
Frank, I see you there. Karen, can we promote Frank, please? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair Garamo, for bringing this up. It's infinitesimally important for balance on the U Street corridor. I just wanted to illustrate a few points regarding these. It's predominantly a focus on activity that takes place after legal alcohol sales end. Legal alcohol sales end at 2 on the weekdays and 3 on the weekends. However, ABCA has extended and allowing for 6 a.m. operating hours. For that's fine for Ben's Chili Bowl. Ben's Chili Bowl. Actually, Ben's Chili Bowl doesn't sell alcohol, so they're not really included here. And I was just speaking with one of the wives of the sons of Virginia Ali today on this matter. So she's not included in this matter. So they can continue to sell food till 4 a.m., which they do delightfully for lots of patrons. I did want to say we know emphatically, and we've learned more deeply over the last several weeks from some hearings in front of ABCA, that there are no ABCA staff after 4 a.m. So who's watching these operators between 4 and 6 a.m.? Nobody, because they are not staff. There are no ABCA staffs. And what have we seen? We've seen more and more of these after-hour operators permitted by ABCA to operate after 2 and 3 a.m. respectively till 6. We've seen them be involved in illegal alcohol sales after hours. It's documented well. We have several on U Street, one on 9th Street that are in front of the OAG with 2 and 3 of these infractions, these violations of code selling alcohol illegally. So they are just really a difficult attribute to nightlife that probably needs to end at 3 o'clock and not 6 o'clock because they can't sell alcohol. And so thank you for listening to those remarks and your support of this resolution.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Barrio, go ahead.
I just want to quickly voice my support for the resolution, and also say that I spoke with representative from the Ninth Street Association of Businesses, who said that actually, generally, many of the businesses on Ninth Street are in support of this resolution. They actually want to try to limit hours till 3 a.m. And that, some of the applications we were seeing, I think, were in part due to concerns that some businesses have hours past 3 a.m. or were applying for hours past 3 a.m. and, concerns over fairness. And, there is competition between these businesses. So, that is a real dynamic. But I did want to say that actually, generally, a lot of the bars sound like they are in support of this resolution and of limiting the hours expansions and hours to, the reasonable hour of 3 a.m.
Correct. Okay. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else, I'd like to vote on the resolution. All those in favor of adopting the resolution as presented, please pop up your Zoom hands. I count 8 in favor, 9 in favor. It carries unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. Alrighty. I realize I skipped an item on the agenda. Sorry, everybody. We'll pick it up later. I do want to dive into the licenses now. They are the most urgent thing, and it is at least 3 in the morning already. So
We shouldn't motion to table the rest of the licenses for future thing.
Yeah, scream.
Joking.
Don't you dare.
Second. It was a motion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just kidding. I rescind. I rescind.
Who invited Seton Street anyway? We'll go loosely. We'll go in order. I wanted to prioritize, as always, people who are here present in the audience. If you see someone that you've worked with in the audience whose name I don't recognize and you would like me to move up a placard, please let me know. I'm not monitoring it super closely. I do know that the owner of Spark is here, and I want to handle this one quickly, if possible, in respect of his time. Commissioner Hanrahan, you want to do the very briefest of introductions?
So just to kind of keep going here, again, I don't really want to monopolize the rest of the meeting. Well, we're already getting late, so it's already late. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the last two meetings there's been a big ABCUR heavy focus. This is U Street. Like U Street is this is a heavy nightlife area, and compared to other areas in the city where we have like ADMO has a bid, and the Golden Triangle and DuPont have a bid, and like the bid probably does a lot of work in trying to manage these licenses and get settlement agreements and do outreach with the businesses that we don't have. So this is the reality. This is what we have. And I guess, yeah, it is
I
what
meant
it
an
is.
introduction to the Spark license.
The Spark license. The Spark license. Okay, Spark. What's going on? So Spark is a new business, new application. They recently were selling just non-alcoholic drinks. And we didn't think they would even need a license, but now they wanted to kind of change up their business model a little bit, and they've applied for a new application license. They've also requested in the interim a letter of stipulation, requesting that they can operate during the time that they're trying to seek out this license. So they're trying to they would like to operate in the sense of mostly in the sense of planning. I think it takes time for them to kind of plan out their menu, plan out their inventory, work with operators and suppliers and distributors to try and get the stock of what they're trying to serve, update their menus, and then kind of time it better so they can start when they would like to do so. I think the owner might
I'll
be in
jump
the
in and add
audience.
that you tasked me with liaising with them, and correct, the stipulated license would allow them to operate while the underlying license application is being considered. And they applied for this. They explained to me because distributors won't even like open a conversation with them about what they'd like to carry if they don't see a liquor license. So they'd like to get those conversations moving. I thought that was very reasonable. So I did draft the letter of support for the stipulated license, which I'm happy to move in a second. I know at the same time, the committee did recommend a protest of the underlying license application. We have already started, much in the spirit of my earlier remarks, a conversation about a settlement agreement. That's going swimmingly. I don't anticipate any issues. The committee flagged just one item about outdoor entertainment on the summer garden. Don't expect it to be an issue in the essay discussions. So I think let's handle them one at a time, if that's okay with you, Stephen.
Sorry, like D and E
Can I
separately?
move? Yeah, I think I'll just move the letter for support for the stipulated license first, and then we
Okay,
can talk real quick about the committee's view on the underlying license.
that sounds good.
So, okay, there's a second. Thank you very much. Any questions? Debate?
Sorry, really quick technical question.
Yep.
Are we contradicting ourselves if we vote to
Mhm.
support the stipulated license and vote to protest? Or does it
No,
basically just give us two paths forward?
I would
Okay,
say
I
so.
see. I see Sycamore nodding its buffalo head over there.
Yes. Well, wow. Words were had. Um, yeah, it feels a bit funny, but this allows them to get their operations in order. And like I said, I imagine that we'll have an agreement done quickly enough that we can withdraw the protest. The deadline is somewhere in the teens of November, so I think that's plenty of time for us to seal a deal, if everyone's okay with that. Any further questions on the stipulated license letter? Okay, all those in favor of adopting the letter, please raise your hands. Zoomies. Thank you. I count 8 in favor. Any opposed? And we'll count one
Sorry, I'm in
abstention
favor.
there. All right, 9 in
I'm timing
favor.
out here. So
Oh boy, you've seen nothing yet. Thank you very much. It's adopted unanimously. Appreciate that. And then the underlying motion to protest the license itself. I don't know if you have anything to add there specifically, Commissioner Hanrahan. I saw the notes. There was a concern about the summer garden. Spark doesn't hold like raves out there, and I think they would be amenable to shortening the hours of entertainment out there. I don't know if
Yeah,
there's
I
anything
think
else.
I think we did hear from them that they were planning on a construction of a structure to kind of, make sure that that noise that would have the exterior noise would not be heard if they do have minor low-key ragers or something. I still think, unfortunately we just didn't really get that much. We have so much going on. We just didn't get that much time to really dive into the specifics of this license. And so I think general procedure for a new license would be to try and protest, to try and give us the time to look through
Right.
the details.
The possibility of a rager is basically zero, and yes, they are independently of all this. I think imminently about to have an outdoor structure constructed, a permanent one with a door and everything. So that'll cut down as well. Commissioner Sycamore.
Just really quick, because they don't have a liquor license, we don't have a settlement agreement. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, just double checking. All right, thank you. Yeah, I
Yep,
think
yep,
they're
yep.
going to be they're very responsive. They've always been very responsive to me, so I have no doubt that we will get a settlement agreement out of them very quickly. Thank you.
Okay. Any
Great.
other questions? Then I'll call the question on this. All those in favor of protesting the license on grounds of Stephen? I don't have it in front of me.
Peace,
Which
order,
are
and
the
quiet, and all
okay?
applicable
The
grounds.
usual, the usual medley. Please raise your Zoom hands. All right, that's unanimous. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Much appreciated to all. Next up on the agenda, and next up on
Okay.
the agenda is Thirst Lounge.
Things moved around a bit. Okay. Thirst is here.
Yeah, sorry, they are. They're a bit
Um,
reordered based on who was in the audience. Can you, again, super quickly, committee's concerns, like in 20 seconds or less? This one we're all quite familiar with. I don't
yeah, I
know
mean,
if
I
you
would
have
defer to
anything new to add.
Commissioner Kensick, but I mean, I think there was a large group of neighbors, definitely, I think at least five, who seem to expressed like history of concerns of noise complaints coming from thirst. They have a retractable roof. They have a rooftop that is open, and their summer garden is basically a rooftop that is like a roof that's generally open, and the music is really loud and echoes to the nearby apartments and houses. And they haven't really been responsive to trying to get a settlement agreement. We don't have a settlement agreement with them.
Yeah,
Commissioner
for the record,
Kenzig.
the sad end of the story I told before, where we started approaching them months ago about this process, is that they were not responsive, which is not typical for them. I'm sad about it. So we have to go this route. But I would like in future for us to always have that route A already done before we go to route B here. So I'm certainly in favor of this to open that conversation. Commissioner Kenzik, go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you for all your work on this, Chair. As you know, 2 years we've been dealing with this. Vice Chair Harris and I had something together. I don't want to go through the whole thing again. I just want to say that we really, really, and especially you in the last couple months, with reaching out to them many times and offering them about sound engineering. So I want everyone on the call and the audience, anyone that watches this, know that it's not from a lack of trying. I've actually been a patronist there, and I've tried to support them. Just so that we're all working together. We're glad they're a part of our community, but again, I think with the conditions and where they're located, a lot of the constituents in one BO5 and one BO6 predominantly just have had a lot of concerns and a lot of noise complaints and a lot of just changes of life. So, like I say one person even moved out of the area. I mean, which is just sad. But that's it all coming on. I'm definitely going to be in favor of this. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Anything further on this one? Commissioner Hanrahan, the grounds are peace, order, quiet.
Peace, order, quiet, and all applicable grounds.
Okay, much appreciated. All those in favor of sustaining the recommendation to protest, please raise your hands. Zoom hands. Okay, count 8 in favor. Thank you very much. All opposed? That's 1 against. The motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone.
Hey,
Next up.
real quick, can I ask
Yeah.
Commissioner Holden what the no is for? Why he's looking at it versus a yay?
He's not obligated to respond, but he can in 10 seconds.
I haven't voted to protest a single renewal this term, so I'm not going to start now.
Say no more. That's right. Okay, got it.
Gotta appreciate the consistency. Thank you very much. Next, we've got VIP Lounge, Commissioner Hanrahan.
VIP. Okay, I made all my
this
notes
is the substantial
pre-meeting,
change.
and now I'm getting sidetracked here. Okay, substantial change. Yes, this was a substantial change. This order makes most sense though. Yeah, substantial change. VIP Lounge, 1926 9th Street. It's just another one where it's a change in hours until 6 a.m. There's a settlement agreement from 2013. The old name is Clause DC. We probably need to, thank you, Aaron. We probably need to update the settlement agreement. There was a little unclear if they're even still open or kind of to what their hours are. I think some folks were not clear if they were open or not. So I had that written down, but I'm not sure. But it's still on the grounds of the license alone. I think there was a unanimous vote for vote on peace, order, and quiet and all applicable grounds.
Okay, any questions on this one? All right, the motion is to protest VIP Lounge on the grounds listed above. All those in favor, please raise your Zoom hands. That's 7 in favor. Any opposed? Please raise your hands. 1 opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Can I ask
Next
why
up.
Commissioner Holden is? No, I'm just kidding.
His face.
Every time.
His face. All right. Thank you very much for the comic relief there. Next up is YOLO.
YOLO. Hopefully YOLO is only gonna YOLO once now. No, YOLO is one of our committee members actually shared some testimony that an email sent by MPD saying that there was a series of investigative history that raised to their concern that they actually emailed Stephen Ruckers as part of the committee to asking the ANC request revoking their hours for extension. They have a license that goes until 6 a.m. for their operating hours, but they have a serious investigative report again, MPD has raised this concern. And yeah, I see Commissioner Vice Chair Harris's hand is up.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sorry. Yeah, YOLO is a huge issue. I've talked with Stephen and his co-owner of Crush. There's been a lot of issues, and one of the big ones here too is that they actually acquired their license from another establishment that was there that we couldn't get a settlement agreement in place in time. There was just some unfortunate loopholes. So that's why this is a renewal, but we have not been able to get a settlement agreement with them because, again, they acquired a license that was there before, but they are a really, really big issue.
I was muted. Thank you very much for the SMD perspective there.
The committee,
further comments?
The committee voted unanimously on to protest motion to protest on all peace order quiet on all applicable grounds. And
Okay.
There's no essay.
Right. Thank you very much. Any further questions? If not, so moved. All those in favor of the protest of YOLO on the aforementioned grounds, please raise your Zoom hands. That's 7 in favor. Any opposed? 1 opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Next up is Cloud One. Stephen.
Yeah,
Yep.
Cloud One. Cloud One is one that also has extended hours of operation. This one does have an extensive investigative history. There was a very detailed report of at least 2 or 3 instances of ABCA investigators going there, being served alcohol, finding a area of the bar that was being claimed for storage, but was maybe like a hidden part of the bar. There were some fines for this. They also were fined for trying to impede an ABCA investigation. So there is a extensive investigative history here. They failed to follow the SA, and they're selling alcohol outside the approved hours. So there was a motion to protest on all peace, order, and quiet on all applicable grounds. Unanimous votes.
Okay. Considering that move, any questions, comments? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to protest, please raise your Zoom hands. Seven in favor. All those opposed? Oh, now he's just trolling. 1 opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Ace of Spades, Stephen.
Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades has this Ace of Spades. There was we usually did vote to protest for they had a substantial change earlier in the year, maybe in March, for extended hours. It went into the protest hearing, and then I believe the applicant failed to attend one of the hearings. I don't remember if it was the roll call or the status or mediation. Through Commissioner Fay and Kerry's work, their reinstatement was denied because they did not give ABCA the proper time to say that they were not going to be there. However, they just submitted for renewal. Even though we protested for them because their application got denied, we didn't get to a settlement agreement with them. So they still have an old settlement agreement from 2018, from an old location name that they probably are not even aware of that they even have the owners. We're not sure. And then there's a really extensive neighbor testimony from the Langston apartments, from another gentleman who lives nearby as well, regarding the noise and the fact that they basically stay open late anyway sometimes, and a lot of concerns there. So there was a motion to protest for peace, order, and quiet on all applicable grounds, and it was unanimous at 6 votes.
Comments on this one? Yep, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, just really quickly. So the primary reason for protesting is not the lack of an essay or a current essay. It is for the complaints that were received from the community.
I would say yeah. I would say yes. I
Okay.
would say more for the excessive noise complaints.
Yeah,
Number
great.
one. Yeah.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, the motion is to protest Ace of Spades for the aforementioned grounds. All those in favor, please raise your Zoom hands. That's 7 in favor. Anyone opposed? One opposed, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Now, where's my agenda? Next up is Kiki will handle the two together. The business operates as two separate companies, so there are two licenses. Stephen, please.
Yeah, I would like to basically the motion the committee recommended for both of them, group them together. Um, there is an essay with Kiki from 2022. The owner was on the call. They might even be here tonight if they still are. I think I saw their name at one point. I think they might still
Peyton's
be in.
here.
I think they might be in the audience. Um,
Sure.
I think Keaton was very responsive and trying to and is very open to trying and addressing some of these concerns, but there did seem to be, I think, a lot of an outcry of concerns of noise from Kiki and from a sentiment that they're operating in a really negative way. So this kind of threw them into this kind of first group where it seemed to be there's a lot of neighborhood complaints. There's either an investigative report, and that seems to prompt a protest for these renewals. Um,
This one does
that
not have an investigative report, correct?
That's right.
Investigative history.
It did not have investigative history, but there was just a lot of during the committee meeting, there was a lot of both from the committee members and then also from some of the residents about complaints of noise.
Okay. Commissioner Barrio.
Sorry, I think that was a holdover.
Commissioner Kenzik.
Yeah, I support everything that Chair Hanrahan of the committee is saying. Yeah, I think that's been a long withstanding. I know there's some dates and times, and this has been discussed many times, but I just feel like some of the responses that I've received from the owner just have been a little off, and seem to be a little off. So yeah, I'll definitely be supporting this protest, and I hope even Commissioner Holden decides to as well. Thank you.
All right. There's there was no investigative history, right? Stephen, like
There didn't
not
seem
even
to
a
be, no, I don't think I did no, not for anything, like that. And there is a settlement agreement from 2022. So I mean, I think I wrote down like even my short notes that like maybe there's an opportunity to do a walkthrough and maybe invest like look and see if there's anything that can be done to really change to improve the situation. There's also a chance some of the noise just to be coming from the area in general, and Kiki was the owner was present at the meeting, and perhaps some attention for the area was like directed at them. I'm not sure. But uh yeah, I mean, I will say it did seem like a lot of folks were directed at Kiki, and
Yeah, I was on that call, and they were. I mean, Chair, let me tell you, it was probably about one third of the call. I mean, it was people, one person after person after person, committee speaking out, and it wasn't just one person; it was a lot of people. So everything that Commissioner Hannaran is saying is 100% accurate, and really, it is a problem there.
okay. Commissioner Sycamore.
Thank you. I have not heard anything, and with lack of documentation and with lack of um, any sort of anything other than kind of hearsay, I have a hard time protesting this. It just kind of seems like there's just a couple of disgruntled people that might be aiming their anger. I don't know. There just seems to be not enough substantiated arguments on this one, so I think I'm going to vote to not protest.
Let's go to Rachel from the committee. If Karen, if you can enable her, please.
Thank you for letting me speak. So part of the problem, and this is what the testimony got to, is that there's so many loud bars on that stretch that it's something that I've run into too as a resident, not just as a in hearing other people's testimony. There's not enough investigators. You have to have two investigators. One person has to go into your home, the other has to go into the bar. And then there are so many of the bars on that stretch that are loud that the investigators won't ping any one bar. So they're not necessarily writing tickets. They are showing up and then like saying that they can't do anything about it. And that was the testimony that we were getting. I would imagine that if you were to pull a complaint history, which is different than an investigative history, you would see a large number of complaints, not just for Kiki, but for several others. The other complaint that was substantiated was that their window had been left opened by patrons on several occasions. The owner even admitted that this kept happening and admitted that he would regularly send staff around to close it when it did happen. So there's enough there. And I think that if you're concerned about documentation, pulling a complaint history and not just an investigative history, I think the concern is over the fact that a lot of the exterior on the back is open air and that the window keeps getting opened.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification, Commissioner Barria.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, I do hear the concerns. I will say that I did a walkthrough of Kiki. I got a full rundown, very detailed from the owner about, all the provisions they put in place to try to reduce noise, to keep the patio in the back closed at all times, and to keep that window closed, though sometimes patrons do open it because it's hot out and they can't lock it because it's a fire hazard, and you can't lock windows on people, especially in like very crowded spaces like a dance floor. So, I do hear that there are general noise concerns, but I feel pretty comfortable given that we have an agreement already with them. We don't have an investigative history. The owner has been very communicative and did a full walkthrough. I don't, given the other, licenses that we have to deal with, and the serious investigative histories and that we have that we're looking at, I don't think that a protest is really warranted here. So I think I am going to vote against protesting.
Commissioner Sycamore.
Sorry, and just in a quick response, I've done a quick look. I don't see any investigative history on Kiki, and I've also done a walkthrough of the place, and they have done substantial changes to the back to reduce the noises. They've put up permanent structures. They've enclosed the backyard space. So I see that they are complying, and they've been very responsive to the community. They've been very responsive to us and to all investigative authorities, from what I can tell. So I don't see any reason to protest.
Okay, any final comments? Happy to move to a vote. All right, all those in favor of protest of Kiki on the aforementioned grounds, please raise your Zoom hands. I count one in favor. Excuse me. All those opposed, please raise your Zoom hands. I count 6 opposed. The motion does not carry. Thank you very much.
I abstain if that counts as the record or not.
We'll mark 1 abstention. Thank you very much. Next up is Secret Lounge. Commissioner Hanrahan.
Secret Lounge. Getting moved around here. Okay, Secret Lounge. 1928 9th Street. There's a protest for peace, order, and quiet on all applicable grounds. There's an SA, but it's with the WNA in 2021. There is an investigative report here. There was that was deemed to be a simple assault in 2019. I don't know what that means. There's a shooting inside in 2018. This was some time ago, but there's an investigative history. There's also this one abuts the houses on 9.5 Street. So there's also concerns about kind of just trash and noise there, and the alley space that's shared between them. That also raised some neighborhood testimonies. And yeah, the motion was to protest on peace, order, and quiet on all applicable grounds. 5 votes.
All right. Any comments on this one?
Sorry,
Yes, go ahead.
do we have a sense of what we would be wanting to work with them on to correct if we were to protest?
It's a great question. I
Like
think
the investigative history seems like it was a little while ago. Haven't had recent. I know we've got kind of general issues with noise and with trash on that 900 block backing up against 9.5 Street. But do we have a sense of kind of like what we'd be wanting to work with them to solve if we were to protest?
I think that's a great question. I'm not sure. I think we might have to look into the essay that is with the WNA and see. I've just kind of brought it up right now, thanks to the website that or the link on our website that Karen has made.
Thank you,
Um,
Karen.
it seems, this actually does seem to be generally our current standard. It does say, trash and recycling pickup um 4 times a week. Uh,
This does
um,
look like our template.
it's not our newest one, but a lot of
No.
the language is it's more updated than some of the other ones for sure. Um,
Commissioner Barrier, you want to weigh in there? It's your SMD.
I was just gonna say that I really have not heard too many specific complaints about secret that I can think of. And Commissioner Hanrahan or members of the committee, ABCR committee, feel free to interject. But yeah, if there's already a settlement agreement, like I don't know, I just in thinking about, there are general issues on Ninth Street, and I like want to continue to work with the Ninth Street Association and, to some extent through this protest process to fix them. But if there aren't any other more specific complaints that we're getting on secret, as opposed to some of the other establishments along the block, I'm not sure it's worth protesting.
Frank, go ahead. Oh, you need to be enabled. Hold on. You're good to go.
Yeah, I would agree with Commissioner Barria's assessment, except for the deeply overdue and necessary trash components in the backyard. The 900, I'm sorry, the 1900 block of the back of the 1900 block of Ninth Street shared with the 1900 block of 9.5 Street. There's just an easement back there. It's hard to get to, it's cut off, and there's deep, deep, deep trash, oil, rat, and let me say rat, and let me say rat issues that just go unresolved by this entire block. Nobody has stepped up to take responsibility. And so, yes, I don't think we need a protest, but we need real action taken to enforce the provisions which exist in this entire block. And I know there are explicit complaints on this establishment and their refusal to clean up the trash and rat problem. So if we could address that, it would be sufficient. But I'm a little wary because we've known about this for 10 years and it's ongoing and no one's stepping up over there, including this establishment.
Yeah.
There's like a legalities here that I don't really understand with maybe somebody with more experience can speak to it. Since the existing settlement agreement is with the WNA, do we think there's any risk of like it lapsing or anything strange where we would feel especially compelled to have our own agreement, to be our own counterparty? Or
I think that's always nice, but I don't think the legality way it affects things. One thing I want to say is I think there's an Alexandra Pedro in the audience, and they may have led a walkthrough of this area in the back recently. I don't know if they have any points for that, but
I've also spent some time in the back. It is a complicated issue, I will say. And the unfortunate reality, I'm sure Alex can speak to it more, but just to say is that, the back alley used to have access to the street on 9.5 Street. A new, I believe it's a condominium building at 1932 9.5 Street was built, and they closed off the alley despite supposedly giving a verbal agreement to keeping the alley open. And so this has led to a lot of problems with trash in the area. So that's not to say that, businesses aren't still responsible for keeping that area clean and, free of rats, but this is sort of an ongoing issue that I'm trying to work on. And Alex Smith from the committee has done walkthroughs and worked on. Commissioner Hanrahan has helped, so we're trying, but it is a collective problem that is going to require a collective solution. I'll let Alex Pedro speak about it further.
Sure, Alex, go ahead.
Yes, so the mayor's office, multiple agencies are all aware of the public safety, life safety issues, as well as the trash and public health concerns related to that current condition that, as was very well explained by Commissioner Barrow, has existed for over a decade. We had a discussion about it today at the T Street Task Force meeting. So it's complicated. It's basically a situation now that the agencies are all saying that because a permit was granted to the developer to close off that alley in contravention of the agreement with Councilmember Graham, that the OAG basically has to get involved. So again, very complicated. I don't think there's anything that a settlement agreement would help to resolve.
Really quickly, one thing I want to flag is, one idea that I floated, we don't have to figure it out now, but is trying to have some sort of dumpster on 9th Street that can be collectively used by the businesses. I know it's not the prettiest, but it's much better than the current situation where, the trash cans are out on the street and some businesses like Appio literally can't fit the trash cans through the restaurant, so they have to stay on the street all week long. And so that's obviously a problem in terms of trash, rats, blocking off the sidewalk, having the unsightly trash cans out there all the time. So I'm just floating that as one of the ideas that we could try to work with the businesses on as a commission.
PDOT has indicated that they are considering that corral idea, and the time the ANC will be asked to opine.
Yeah, well, please let me know. Please keep me looped in if possible. I would love to try to help with that potential solution.
We'd love to opine. Karen, quick comment. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Karen, can you please enable Karen? Go ahead, Karen.
Hello, everyone. As was mentioned, it was discussed today because it was accelerated. Alex Smith and I are working on this. I have accelerated it with the mayor's office, and I'm also accelerating it with our fire and EMS because it's a public safety disaster waiting to happen with us having such a high concentration of people in that area and a possibility of a fire. And we do not want to see a tragic situation happen in that area. And we do need 1932 to take the responsibility of removing the easements that they have blocking any that is endangering everyone in that 9.5 9th Street area. And the cleanup is necessary. Although there has been some measures to clean up, we need to have it consistently cleaned up. No one in the Washington, D.C. should go through living with rats and trash and all of the oil and debris that has been happening in that area. So we are working strongly to try to see something extremely soon. And it amazes me that it went for 10 years that people have been suffering like that. And I do want to see this commission really work with everyone to make sure that it doesn't happen for 10 more years. But thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for bringing this up. And I really appreciate all of you all for putting your best efforts towards helping in this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. May we move to vote?
Can I maybe just quick summarize what I'm hearing, and that is
Please.
major issues on this area that need big attention, but not specifically related to this individual establishment.
Right. So we're dropping it all in Commissioner Barrios' lap.
But no, but Commissioner Barrio, is that a fair assessment, or would you say that
Education committee, public space?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a fair assessment. I don't want to say that there are no complaints that exist out there about secret. There very well may be, and they could be contributing to noise in the area, but it's difficult to tell. And like I said, I feel like there are other establishments with more serious histories that should be prioritized, given the context of what we've discussed.
The one right after this is also in the area that is maybe a bigger offender for the garbage too.
And we have an essay on this one. Okay, all those in favor of protesting secret on the aforementioned grounds, please raise your Zoom hands. All those opposed, please raise your Zoom hands. I count 7 opposed. The motion does not carry. Thank you very much. Next up is Posh.
Yes, Posh is actually a lounge bar that's above Appio, which we voted to protest and went far in the protest process with Appio. Appio is a restaurant in the basement. Appio keeps their garbage in the front of the building, and when we went to the back, Appio, the owner of Appio, just said, was said that the garbage and the oil containers in the back of the area is actually Posh's, which they share the address. So I think we owe it to fairness that if we protested Appio on the same or on this issue, we should protest Posh from the same issue because it seems like the issue is still not cleaned up. The owner was at the committee meeting. He did seem to he shared an email saying he was out there. He did a big cleanup. He shared some photographs. I can get them. They weren't copied over into the email in a way I couldn't see them, but he said he was out there. So I think it's great that he was even on the call tonight. He might still be here. We want to work with him, but I think it's good to be fair to the Prince at Appio. And for have a fair grounds for protest. There's also no essay with Posh Lounge too.
I see a hand from Commissioner Barrio.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we have had some issues over the trash, and I think some of the neighbors have pointed to Posh, unfortunately, as potentially being, a source of some of the difficulties in that alley, particularly. I will say that the owner, like Stephen mentioned, reached out saying that he actually, after the ABCR meeting, he did actually meet with some of the neighbors who were most affected. He said the conversations went well, that, they're doing an investigation. He's trying to help clean up the alley and work with some of the other owners, but that it's difficult. And he did actually call me today to try to connect about what are the issues that we need to work with them on. So I'm feeling optimistic that we can make some progress here. I do think that it's still worth a protest, given that we need a settlement agreement. There are these outstanding complaints. Posh also has the sign that has been found to be illegal by the Department of Buildings, but that the Office of Administrative Hearings has not been able to take action on yet because they are so backlogged. But I do think that that is another sort of reason why we need to work more closely with the establishment. And I think we should protest, as well as just we should have a meeting with them and get everybody to sit down together and figure out, what are all the things that we want to see happen here. But I did want to share out that context.
Okay, much appreciated. Anything else? Okay. All those in favor then of supporting the recommended protest of the renewal for Posh on the aforementioned grounds, please raise your hands. Let's restate those grounds really quickly.
Peace, order, quiet, all Apple grounds, specific attention to trash, rodents, dumping.
Excellent. That's 7 in favor. All those opposed? 1 opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Next, we have MK Lounge.
MK. Okay. This might be similar to the secret place. There is actually no essay with MK though. There was a peace, order, and quiet, all applicable grounds, 4 votes. There's some complaints of noise from MK. And there's no essay with them. I think they don't abut. Yeah, that's MK.
This is MK on 9th or MK on?
You're right. You're 100% correct. This is MK on U Street. This is MK on U Street. I apologize.
Okay.
Yes, this is MK on U Street. Apparently, they opened up a new location
They did.
and they don't have an SA. Yeah. They're right next to Kiki. Maybe they're causing the noise. I don't know.
I mean, I think it would be good to have some sort of agreement about when the windows are open versus closed. It is a busy thoroughfare. It is U Street. We have a lot of clubs in the area. But I think that it would be good to have a settlement agreement, and it would be good to try to make sure that in the same way that Kiki is working to try to keep their windows closed to limit sound leaks, we probably want to have the same thing with MK for those later night hours when everyone should be trying to contain noise.
Commissioner Kensick.
Real quick, where is MK located?
This is just east of Kiki, like the next neighbor.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah, they're right next door, I believe.
Frank is waiting for
It's the old Dirty Goose location.
his superpower.
That's
right.
true. That is true.
913.
There's a lot of
Yes.
different.
Actually,
Thanks for
that's my point. There is an existing settlement agreement. Oh, the question is whether there's an existing settlement agreement with Dirty Goose. All right, that's the question. We don't know. It's not. I didn't find it readily available on a search, but it was also sold to political patties. Okay, then it was sold to MK on you. So there's been a transition. This is the third holder of this license. And we're not sure if a settlement agreement existed with Dirty Goose. So that would be the first starting place. But I guess a protest should be mounted to hold out for that research to be undertaken with ABCA.
I do remember this from the committee call. It looks like there is a protest with the Dirty Goose. I just found it. Oh, yes, I guess there is one. 913. Okay.
What's the protest deadline on this one?
I think December 1st or 3rd.
Oh yeah, 1st, I see it. Okay. Where's the team on this one?
I don't know. I did just find a settlement agreement for them actually. 23.
You want to move this one to the end, Stephen? I don't know if you want to think about this in the background or.
But sorry, Commissioner Barrio, you had said it would be nice. So there's two things here. One is that you said it would be nice to be able to get a settlement agreement that addressed some of the issues that we felt like Kiki was working in earnest to address, so that we were kind of on the same standing with Kiki. And then secondly, it sounds like there is a old name, old establishment on the license or on the settlement agreement, and this would be an opportunity to bring everything kind of up to date, which is, I think, the same reason why Whitlow's is being protested, because its settlement agreement is with the Brixton, which is the previous.
Yeah, I will say they have like really large windows that I think will open up on the weekends, which is fair. It's like nice to have windows open and have some music and have some cool air coming in. I think that it can be open maybe a bit late on some of the walkarounds I've done, and like as we're trying to figure out noise, like it might be good to just sit down with them and iron out like some guidelines so that that's in place and everybody's on the same page.
Even how old is that agreement? The old one?
It's from 2023. But yeah, I mean, I don't think.
Wait, so that's an old agreement with Dirty Goose or with?
Yeah, it says Dirty Goose.
Okay.
If I could drop it in the chat.
I don't know whether that still applies or whether there were renovations done since then or.
Hey guys, we're coming into 10:30 now. So the bottom line is we have to be fair is fair. This is our chance to strike. We need to put a settlement agreement in place. That's it. I appreciate all the banter, but I'm saying, why wouldn't we? When we would, if we didn't do it now, what's the next time we're going to be able to do it? So like we have to be fair to everyone and every bar. And just like you mentioned about the other bar that might have changed names, whatever it may be, Whitlow's Secretary Fay, let's move on with this vote and let's decide to make sure they have a settlement.
Okay.
Yeah, we're balancing that against the
Yeah.
desire to not protest every single thing that comes along, especially when there's an existing settlement agreement. Just, I guess, in this case, the committee wasn't quite aware of that, so we're not sure how strong it is or whatever. I guess out of an abundance of caution, Commissioner Barrios' position's probably correct.
I'm ready to
Good with
vote.
that?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor then of protesting
On the grounds of peace, order, quiet, and all
MK
applicable
Lounge
noise.
Street location? Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stick in the mud. That's 6 6 votes in favor. Thank you very much. All those opposed? 2 opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Next up is Shakers.
Okay, so there's a tiny little number on the agenda. I tried to do like think of these as basically 3 distinct groups of licenses.
Let's not do that. I think there are too many holes in that one, actually.
Okay,
Let's
okay.
move
I just
on
want to
from
give
that.
a little quick overview. I mean, we'll talk through them, but just a quick
Could have done
overview.
that at the beginning.
I should have done at the beginning. The
Move on from the numbers, please.
okay, all right, forget about the number, whatever. But the next couple is basically there's really no like, investigative history. There's no strong specific neighbor complaints. Some of them was mostly just there's no essay. It was an opportunity to update the essay. Perhaps there's more that can come out of this conversation that people feel strongly about, but that was it for a lot of these. I do think, as Commissioner Kenzie was just saying, like this is an opportunity that this is like every 3 years we had an opportunity to make these essays, to have essays with people. Karen made this huge website, this nice website. We have this huge list. We could fill it in. It looks like Commissioner Harris and Commissioner Hollahan worked hard to get a lot of them there and a couple years ago, and now we can try to do it again.
Okay, let's focus on Shakers itself.
Commissioner Harris has her hand up, but Shakers, okay, where was Shakers? Vote on peace, order, and quiet. Over concentration in the moratorium zone. It is in the moratorium zone. There's no essay there. It's on the next to Whitlow's and above 9th Street.
Yeah, no existing essay.
No existing essay.
Okay, Commissioner Harris.
Just a reminder, we cannot protest to try to get a settlement agreement.
The grounds were peace, order, and quiet, but a lot of the discussion was about the fact that through protesting on peace, order, and quiet, we would get a settlement agreement.
Yeah, okay. I mean, overconcentration in the moratorium zone, I mean, is also not a grounds for protest. I'm sorry, this one has the note about the failure to allow MPD inspection.
There was a tiny note that one of our committee members in the spreadsheet looked into. I couldn't quite find it, but it did say something a failure to allow MPD inspection. I'm not exactly sure what about that, but that was noted. It's late.
Yep. I'm sorry, who did the investigation on that?
That was Alex Smith. But I
Okay.
think he was not at the second meeting where we voted on it, Shakers.
Okay.
But yeah, there was a motion to vote. I mean, they're a little bit noisy sometimes. They're fairly new. They don't have a settlement agreement. And we're concerned about peace and order, quiet on that area.
I think we're bumping up against our preference for not protesting everything out of, for the sake of protesting it. So I'm not seeing super compelling grounds here, just for my own vote. Let's go. All those in favor of protesting Shakers for peace, order, quiet, all applicable grounds, please raise your hands. Your Zoom hands. All those opposed, Zoom hands. 2, 3, 4, That's 7 opposed.
I'll do abstain, but thank you.
And 1 abstention. Thank you very much. The motion does not carry. Next is Dakota.
Two abstentions.
2 abstentions. Thank you.
Dakota, I would say is a very similar situation. As well as this is why actually they're basically all these are in the group is District Sports, El Rey, Dakota. There's no SA or there's an old SA. And there was a motion to protest to peace, order, and quiet on all applicable grounds. There was some concerns of trash and oil abutting neighbors on Vermont Ave for District Sports. Yeah.
Hand. Rachel, please go ahead. Oh, Karen, if you would.
Yeah, I just wanted to uplift that with the district sports, that one I would like to separate out from that group just because there was the uplifting of the trash behind it and the oil. So that one there were actual founded concerns that were brought up. And then with Dakota, there have been no complaints that I'm aware of, but when it was discussed as a very loud bar and that raised concerns. And I can attest that I can hear it all the way from my house, but it's not loud enough to hear inside my house. And I can't speak for the people in the apartments across the way from it. So.
Okay, appreciate that. Any other views? Okay.
I mean, I guess it's like, do we want to make it a policy that we need to form settlement agreements with everybody? And do we think that's worth protesting right now?
The view articulated tonight has been no, we don't need to do that.
The committee does I think the committee's view is yes, the committee wants settlement agreements with most places. And it is the only tool we have to try and organize things and keep people's standards. And it's part of the reason we protest new applications is because we're like, oh, we need a settlement agreement with them. So I think, like the fact that we don't have settlement agreements with some of these other places, it's kind of like unfair. It's like, oh, because you're new, you need to have a settlement agreement with you, but like we don't have one with some of these ones we are renewing. So I think there's some sense of arbitrariness there.
Commissioner Harris.
There's always going to be dependencies and things that are a bit arbitrary. Just as a reminder, if community members or neighborhood associations have issues, they can also protest. The ANC doesn't just have to protest. Also, settlement agreements can be formed outside of protest. It's not a super rare occurrence. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All those in favor? Sorry.
Which one are we on right now? Sorry.
We're on Dakota.
Dakota. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, no, I think they're if the only issue is a lack of a settlement agreement, I feel like we can work with them outside of a protest. I don't like the message that it sends of protesting folks who don't have any kind of complaint history just to get a settlement agreement because I worry it sends the wrong message about the role of the ANC relative to the business community.
Yeah, I think this is more analogous to a couple we've already done that don't have documented complaint histories or anything. All right, all those in favor of the protest of Dakota, please raise your Zoom hands. All those opposed, Zoom hands, please. That's 5 opposed.
I'll abstain. I'll abstain as well.
I'll abstain as well.
3 abstentions noted. Thank you very much. Motion fails. District Sports Bar, Prima DC.
I think as Rachel said, there was a little bit of concern about the trash and oil abutting the neighbors on Vermont Avenue for this establishment.
This is Francois SMD? Yeah. No, yeah. Anything to add there?
I haven't personally received any complaints, so I can't add anything in terms of, this was not one that was on my radar that I was hearing concerns about.
I see no settlement agreement on this one.
No settlement agreement.
What are their hours currently? Yeah, I should pull this up.
I got it here. Well, the hours in the placard at least are 8 to 2 and 8 to 3 on the weekends.
Okay.
Entertainment starting at 6 until the 6 to 2 and 6 to 3. Summer Garden 8 to 2, 8 to 3.
I think it would be a good idea to protest this.
The late Summer Garden especially, huh?
Yeah.
Any other views? Okey-doke. All those in favor
Wait,
of
this is
protest-
for district sports?
Yes.
The one on, oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the protest of District Sports Bar, please raise your Zoom hands.
Trying to navigate.
Sorry. Oh, that's 4. Thank you very much. Put your hands down. All those opposed, please raise your hands. 3 opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Next is El Rey.
Next is all right. They do have a settlement agreement, but I think it was, I wish I wrote I think it's from like 2016.
Yes, it is.
I don't know if they're open super late. I know they're pretty busy around like the happy hour. And are they open super late?
They're not one of the 6 a.m.s that I'm tracking.
They're not
No.
at 6 a.m., but like, do they? I don't even know if they really get like clubby or, is it like, do they go till 3 a.m.?
The hours are 11 to 3, 11 to 4. Entertainment 6 to 11, 6 to 1. Summer Garden. That counts as a Summer Garden in there? Is 11 to 3, 11 to 4.
11 to 4 a.m.?
Yep.
Oh. Well,
But is the
Yeah.
Summer Garden the interior of that? I don't even know what is the Summer Garden in there.
There's the kind of the more inside part and then the very outside part. There's a part that's a little more enclosed
Right.
when you first walk in, and then it would be the further all the way back would be the summer garden.
Okay. Stephen, to my knowledge, there's not
there wasn't any
complaint
specific
history here.
real specific
Right.
complaints. There was there was an old settlement agreement really. What
Yeah, I
else
see.
was reviewed? Oh, right.
2011 is the settlement agreement, I guess.
Yeah. Why can't I find this right now? A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Okay, not finding a compelling case for the protest.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is 2016. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I don't actually, don't have any other reason. Yeah.
Okay, let's roll with that. All those in favor of the protest of El Rey, peace, order, quiet, please raise your Zoom hands.
Oh, sorry.
All those opposed, Zoom hands. That's 6 opposed.
I was with Stephen. That's
Abstain.
Abstaining. Yeah.
Okay, 2 abstentions were noted. The motion does not carry. Thank you very much. Next, we have Nellie's.
Nellie's. There is a settlement agreement from 2023. This was protest under grounds of peace, order, quiet, and nastiness. Some of the sidewalk gets dirty there.
Sorry, just gonna note that nastiness is not in there. Not a ground. Okay. Yeah.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
It's recorded
yeah.
the notes. The settlement agreements from 2023. I don't have an extensive. I know there was some issues before with this establishment in some regards, but I don't have much of a knowledge. Commissioner Harris probably does more.
Let me give it maybe a little bit of background here, because I had a lengthy conversation with Commissioner Harris. So at the meeting itself, the individual on the ABCUR committee that was assigned to do research didn't find any complaints or issues in recent years. There was a concern about the cleanliness. Commissioner Kensick amplified that. I went over and met with the owner, did a walkthrough, checked everything out. I have to say, and Commissioner Kensick, you're going to weigh in as well, but I have to say that especially compared to what we're talking about on the 1900 block of Ninth and the 9.5 Street Alley, where there's lots and lots of challenges with getting things clean, uh, it's really clean. They power wash twice a week. Their trash is picked up twice a week. They've got everything nice and tidy in a area that's super accessible to the street. So based upon my kind of observations, I don't know what else we would be asking for from them from a cleanliness perspective. But Commissioner Kenzik, you should comment.
Appreciate it, Secretary Fair, and I also appreciate you meeting with the owner. I did actually walk by the property, and there was still slippery areas. So maybe, but that could be because maybe their power washing day is tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday. I do think they should probably increase it to 3 or 4. How I feel about Nellie's is that, and I'm going to be honest with you, the view since 21 when the young lady got pulled down from her, and I know the security company, and I know things happen. I get it. It just was really abrupt, and I think it was really a challenge for the community. Personally, I don't have anything against Nellie's, but the grease that constantly is leaking out. They did say they got a new grease company a year ago, but I know just dealing with it myself with Howard and how messy it can be between the rodents and people slipping, and also the grease that when I went there to check it out after I talked to Secretary Fay, I could still feel in my little suede shoes some grease on the floor. Those shoes are done. But with that said, it's also going into our water system. So there's a water system right there. So all of us that are on this phone, that's why I drink my Fiji, are drinking are drinking some grease from Nellie's. Nellie's is I'm gonna end like this. Nellie's is a flagship place. We're at the middle of U Street. So I think it's a big place, just like and I think they should be like part of the leaders and what they do. So the last part would be we brought this up, and I know Vice Chair Harris is aware of this too. Is that we had asked years ago about them doing training and doing at least once a year with their security team, or at least showing like making the recommendation for them to do that, just so they're having someone maybe looking outside when there is overcrowding and they're drinking bottles right out when people are walking through, but also in the inside when they're always overcrowded as well. That the guards understand that they have to keep limits, and that they also make sure they're not hands on to their employer to their people and dragging people down the stairs and stuff like that. Just and they were supposedly gonna bring back to the commission and say yes, okay, we're gonna do that. I think this was in 22 was my first term, and I've yet to see that. So, those are my only concerns really with Nellie's. But I've gotten a couple calls in not even my SMD from individuals with similar race concerns. So, I'll leave it there. I know that we're short on time. I appreciate it. Thanks.
I'll note that the Greece is covered in their existing settlement agreement.
It is.
Yeah, Secretary Fay, you have personally inspected with your expertise their grease storage equipment and protocols.
Well, Alan has more expertise in Greece. I just want to say that the discharge from Washington, D.C. Sewer and water is actually to the south of our water intake. So we are drinking grease from upstream in West Virginia.
All right. The conversation having jumped the shark, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the protest of Nellie's on peace order, quiet, applicable grounds, please raise your Zoom hands. I count one. Thank you very much. All those opposed, please raise your Zoom hands.
I'm going to abstain.
That's 6 opposed and 1 abstention was noted. The motion does not carry. Thank you very much. Next is Next Door.
Next Door and Game On were very similar. They both don't have an essay. Both posted on peace order grounds. All peace order quiet, all applicable grounds unanimously. Raised by
Okay. Game On is a new establishment I see in your notes. Commissioner Harris, go ahead.
Next door is Ben's next door, so I strongly oppose this protest. The owners are great, very easy to work with. I haven't seen any issues or heard about any issues with them. We previously protested them, I think a couple of years ago, last renewal season, because there were actual issues with they had a speaker outside facing a brick wall, but that was very quickly resolved. And I also strongly urge the other commissioners to not support a protest here because Ben's Chili Bowl, even though this is Ben's next door, is a great establishment in 1B and in all of DC that people were very upset because they also didn't understand the vocabulary around protesting. So they thought the ANC was trying to shut down Ben's Chili Bowl. So I strongly urge the commissioners to not support a protest here because as the SMD commissioner, there have been no issues with Ben's next door.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's fine. Any other comments? Let's do next door first. All those in favor of. Ooh, Rachel, did you want to go? Go ahead. Karen, thanks. You're good.
I just wanted to uplift, I believe with that last one, we protested it because there was a note that there was a protest in 2020 and that it didn't continue. And we actually wanted to get Commissioner Harris's opinion on it. And I just wanted to put that on the record that
Y'all could have just asked me.
I was gonna say that's not the mechanism for reaching her.
we're on the call. I just uplifting that's where that happened. We knew it was going to come to y'all.
I appreciate that. Thank you, and I'm very glad you're here with us. So all those in favor of the protest of next door, please raise your Zoom hands. All those opposed? That's 7 opposed. The motion does not carry. Thank you very much. Game on. Oh, I'm sorry. The address is wrong in the agenda. This is 1330 U Street. Somebody tell me what this is.
This is 20. Oh, yeah, this is wrong. Yeah, it has 1331 U Street.
1330.
1330 U Street, south side of the street. It's a
Yep.
new bar. There's no SA with it. They mostly have kind of games. They have like pinball and some Pac-Man inside. It there was concern it abuts the back of some residences. There's settlement agreements with the Voodoo and the right nearby Alchemist. So there was, yeah.
Commissioner Barrio.
Sorry, that's a holdover.
All right, Commissioner Harris, anything on this one? I can't even picture this. I don't remember
I'm trying to
seeing it
figure
open.
out where it is. What's the address again?
It's
1330.
I think it's like the old Smith or something like that, or something.
No, what is the exact
1330.
I thought it was 1330.
U Street Northwest. Okay, that's across the. Oh, I know where this is. No, I mean I don't foresee any issues. It's on the same block. I mean, there could be. I feel like I'm putting my foot in my mouth. Have you gotten a hold of them, Commissioner Hanrahan?
No, because it's a renewal, but there was some specific
Wait, is it
concerns.
a renewal or is it a new license?
No, these were all renewals. But
Okay, and then there's no settlement agreement because it was a former, I know it was a different establishment before.
maybe that's it. There was some specific concerns raised here that the building it faces towards the back of some residences. I'm looking, there's a Google alley here, and you can see there's some like tight-ish space between the back of this place and the residences, and that was also raised as a
What are their
concern.
hours again?
I think it's just full standard hours. It's 2 to 3. They don't have a summer garden, but
I mean, the nearby establishments have the same hours, if not longer hours. And I'm looking at it, it doesn't also look like they have, or they do have an entertainment endorsement.
Entertainment 6 to 2 and 6 to 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think this could be an issue. I worry because there are a lot of establishments on that block and they all have settlement agreements outside of one, I believe, which is sports and social. So I wouldn't be, I see it as a potential issue. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I think the person who raised both of these, this one and Game On and no, Next Door, raised both of them together. I tried to motion that we would consider them in a consent agenda, and they motioned to separate both of these. So I think also in honor of some of their motioning, I think to
Who
pro
made the motion to protest?
Eileen.
Got it.
I think in honor of their motion, if we could protest, I think to
Eileen
just
does live over there, so near there. So that makes sense.
yeah. Yeah, I think it's,
Where's the group?
our goal
Somebody
is to try and make fair to have the settlement everyone gets a settlement agreement. So I think, it's a great
Well,
opportunity.
it's not, we're not protesting on settlement agreement grounds, we're protesting on
Peace, order, quiet,
order and
all
quiet.
applicable grounds.
So I feel comfortable voting in favor to protest on peace, order, and quiet in all applicable grounds.
So moved. All those in favor of the protest of Game On, as specified above. 5 in favor. All those opposed. That's 1. The motion carries. Thank you very much.
I'm abstaining.
An abstention has been noted. VIP lounge.
Great. I think this happened in the actual committee meeting where we discussed VIP earlier, and then by the time we actually got to it again, we forgot how we voted. But yeah, I think so. VIP voted to have substantial change, and now it's like their renewal license. Again, there's trash concerns in the back of the building. It seems excessive. This is again, and I do have the numbers there. For these last licenses, there's basically this group 3 where I think it's almost we're already basically already protesting these licenses or will protest these licenses. So it seems I think I do want to add that sense of it seems a little bit over it doesn't need to protest double licenses. Yeah, but we did vote, the committee did vote to protest the VIP lounge.
Right. Just to clarify for those following along at home, we already voted to protest their substantial change application. So this is their underlying license renewal. Okay.
There's also concern if they're even open, I think, but I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't really have any effect.
Sorry, can I just maybe clarify with Commissioner Barrio? So I know we protested their request for a change in hours to run until 6 a.m., which is its own reason. Are there complaints about their just general operation around trash management, noise, music, et cetera, that we need to address specifically, kind of aside and apart from the hours discussion?
Yeah, I think this one falls into another bucket of we have concerns from neighbors on 9.5 Street about noise that may be caused by VIP, but I don't I'm trying to check through my notes to confirm, but I don't think I've received like a specific, VIP has caused this and like please protest on that grounds.
Okay.
Sorry, remind me, what was our decision on secret? That seemed to fall in this
We
category.
did not protest secret.
Right. Yeah, okay. So I mean, Commissioner Fay's question is very apt. If we resolve the issue with the late hours and roll them back, are we happy with them as an operator generally? Or are there trash concerns that we need to work on specifically with them? I think the decision on secret was correct.
Yeah.
Because you are working
Yeah.
on a whole systemic solution for the trash issues there that
Yes,
is bigger than an essay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Let's do it. All those in favor of the protest of the underlying renewal for VIP Lounge, please raise your Zoom hands. All those opposed. That's 5 opposed.
Hey,
Commissioner Smith.
I'm sorry, real quick. I just had a call from work. What can you just remind say what that was the last,
The
just real
underlying
quick.
renewal for VIP lounge that we already voted on their substantial change earlier. You can abstain.
I'm okay. I agreed. I put my that's very good.
Next is SOAST. Commissioner Barrio, you want to walk us through this?
Yeah, so basically, we have been engaged with negotiations with SOAST over a protest that we passed several months ago of their application for a summer garden. Um, I don't know if I can give the whole rundown of what's happening with that, but basically the protest was dismissed because APCA, because we did not send a representative. We not sent a representative because APCA did not send me the email with the link to join the meeting, even though I am the designated representative for the ANC. So we filed a motion for reinstatement. We are hopeful that the protest will be reinstated and we'll be able to work out those issues. Um, like I said, Soest has shown like a lot of willingness to work with us. I'm optimistic. I really appreciate the owner sitting down and meeting with me multiple times and meeting with the neighbors at the same time. The noise concerns are not going away. There's still, there's a row house that's just 10 feet away from Soest, which makes this quite difficult. And there's, a lot of neighbors who join that call about the noise problems. And although the owner has provided their contact information to some of the most impacted neighbors, there continues to there continues to be challenges with this where during weekday nights there's just loud noise being played at 1 2 a.m. And so I think that some of that may be inadvertent. I don't think it's necessarily intentional. But it's still an ongoing concern. So I do think that it is worth protesting, especially in on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet.
Okay, your opinion carries tons of weight here. You have done yeoman's work managing this relationship over a long period of time. I also want to note that their hours of entertainment are 6 to 1 and 6 to 2:30. But the summer, yeah, I mean, obviously you're still working on the summer garden hours, right? Your hope is to end that at 10. Is that still the idea, or 12?
For the summer garden,
Yeah.
the I don't want to
Sorry.
comment on that right now, just since
Okay,
we're
sure,
not
sure, sure.
talking about the summer garden.
But the summer garden is the issue with the front balcony thing, or the summer garden is something
Yeah.
else in the back?
The summer garden is the issue with the front balcony
Okay.
thing. Yeah.
Alrighty. Cool. All those in favor of the protest for the aforementioned reasons against SOAST, please raise your hands. That's 5 in favor. All those opposed?
Abstain.
1. The motion carries. An abstention has been noted. Thank you very much. And we have Whitlow's.
For Whitlow's, I moved during the meeting. I moved Whitlow's. We had the owner from Whitlow's. I moved them to the beginning of the meeting because there was a back and forth discussion about them wanting to change their settlement agreement to accommodate watching soccer games in the morning. I thought this is what this was going to be about. I thought this was going to be that request for that, but this is just their renewal. The owner was there discussing that he has submitted for a substantial change that is expected to come soon. He might have submitted it, but because got a lot going on with the renewals, that maybe it hasn't gone that far. They are planning to submit for substantial change. They want to extend for their hours in the morning for the soccer matching game. During the discussion with Whitlow's at the meeting, we then looked at the essay and we said, the name is a little bit is wrong. It's Brixton still. It's not Whitlow's. That should be changed. Since the owner was there on the call and we have communication with him saying he's going to submit for this substantial change that we're most likely going to protest or re-sign a settlement agreement with, it doesn't make sense for me to see to protest this renewal now when we're going to rechange the settlement agreement when they try to do that, maybe come tomorrow in our emails. So I don't think we would. This is one I think I would not
This also
support.
seems like a good candidate for a conversation in advance of a protest.
Yeah, and that's what I tried to do. I was like, hey, this is up there. Let's just move it to the top. And we've been trying to discuss it with them. We just haven't seen their placard yet come for a substantial change. Their essay needs to be updated, but again, we have him on his word that he wants to do the substantial change. If not, we also have him on his word that maybe we can just change the settlement agreement outside of protest too. Yeah, so I think best course would be like wait until that comes, and then if they end up not coming, we can just try to change the name of it.
Yep.
I just have an issue with saying we take him on his word unless it's written. I don't have much confidence on that.
Yeah,
Well,
I hear that. Although it's not like there are outstanding complaints or major issues that we need to address anyway. So
It's just like it's just the name, how it's
Right.
written, like of the place.
All right, thank you
we
for
could just
clarifying.
voluntarily sign a new agreement changing the name with Whitlow's for tidiness. Okay, I think we're good to vote on this. All those in favor of the protest of Whitlow's on the aforementioned grounds, please raise your hands. All those opposed? That's 7. The motion fails. Thank you very much. And finally, the motion
Compass Rose is
to
closed, and
Right.
ABCA actually rescinded their license, so we don't need to discuss
Good.
this.
Okay, stricken from the record.
Maison was added though.
Oh, that's right. My God, one of us is awake, and it is Stephen, and I am grateful. We did remove Maidan from the consent agenda. Commissioner Sycamore, if you want the floor.
Yeah, no. So I've had multiple conversations with neighbors who are in my commission or in my SMD, with multiple talks of them violating their settlement agreement with ambient noise and with lack of parking, which is also in their settlement agreement. They're not supposed to be parking in certain areas, and they're still parking in residential parking zones. So I have a little bit of a hard time with this one. They said they have improved since this past summer, but I was just wondering if there was any other major violations or anything according to this. I just wanted to have a small discussion on it.
I'm trying to pull up the SA. It can't be old, right? Oh no, Karen, where are the settlement agreements? There they are. Maidan 2023 settlement agreement. Okay. Again, the eternal question, are there additional stipulations we would add in the course of working on a new SA? If it's just an enforcement issue, then
I think it just might be an enforcement issue, to be honest.
yeah. Any other views? Oh, y'all.
I do think they do have like technically like a streetery, so
Correct.
that might change or be amended with like the permanent streetery. So maybe some of the parking concerns, or I don't know, maybe
No,
we
the
could
streeter
try
is in
to.
the alley, so it's not like it's taking up parking spaces. Okay, well, with no complaint history. I mean, Stephen, sorry, just to clarify, all of these placards are run through the investigative history search, not just the ones that you're considering protesting?
Yeah, this one Medan has they do have a tavern, right? Yeah, CT. Yeah, so all the ones that had taverns, they actually did a really great job of putting them in this spreadsheet here, and then everyone generally went through them and looked at the investigative report, even FOIA'd for some noise complaints. Some folks did a really extensive job. I think I think they all felt very vetted.
I know there have been problems in the past with this, but I haven't heard anything. Commissioner Lemon-Strauss isn't here to present anything additional, so I think we're okay to move on.
I would like to actually ask for support for protesting this, just because it is right across the street from my SMD, and that my neighbors are the ones that are affected. So I would like to ask for a protest on this one.
Peace, order, etc.
Peace, order, and quiet, and all.
Okay. Any other views? All right.
So wait,
yeah.
sorry. Why, and what are we hoping to accomplish? So Jamie, I totally respect the position of right across the street. So I want to take it seriously. What are we hoping that we can improve with them?
At the end of the day, I'd like to work with them a little bit more. I know that I've reached out. I know that my neighbors have reached out, specifically those that were on Florida Avenue right across the street. I know that they've spoken to them multiple times. I've spoken to them a few times, and there doesn't seem to be much resolution. Like I said, there's been an improvement, but I don't think we've had a full resolution yet.
Okay.
So I would like to just bring them to the table and just make sure that we get enforcement on this.
Commissioner Kenzik.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I knew about this sooner, or we discussed it offline or whatever, because I actually would have talked to the owner and we could figure that out. I'm thinking that's something we can even do with a handshake, like a fair talk. So that would be the only reason that I would not again vote to protest. But that's just my thought. Thanks.
I mean, Commissioner Kenzik, if you have a better relationship with the owner, I'm happy to do that with you and not put a protest on. Just make sure that we are able to meet.
100%. You have my word. That's like if we have to do it tomorrow. I mean, I can't guarantee what his schedule's like, but I will absolutely go with you. We'll sit down, we'll express the complaints. The only issue that I see with what you're saying is that again, it's very hard to I know Jamie because I work around there, I walk around there. The roads are very tight, and a lot of my own constituents, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Sycamore, and a lot of my own constituents, they also say around here it's hard to find parking. The only thing it's hard for Whitlows to, and I'm not sticking up for them, but it's just the area itself. There's not much parking, so
Yeah.
it's hard.
For me,
It's
it's
hard
more
for us
about
to.
for me, it's more about the ambient noise.
Okay, yeah, and we'll still
Yeah.
bring it up. We'll still bring it up. I just know that people are going to park when they want to park. I mean, they're say, "Oh, we're from here. We're visiting a friend."
Yeah.
But yeah, let's talk tomorrow offline, and we'll get something set up, and we'll go over
right.
there. We'll talk to them, and
Sounds great.
Take a peek at the
Okay.
essay. I'm noticing that noise is mentioned in there a bunch of times, so please have a look at that, just so we know what we're working with.
Okay. Well,
Thank
yeah,
you so much.
absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
No, I appreciate you
So
guys.
are you withdrawing a motion to protest?
Yes, I'm withdrawing my motion to protest.
Okay. We are done with licenses. Thank you all. We skipped over
Holy
these. Oh, we're not done. We're not done with the meeting. We skipped over the ZPD items. Letter of support. There's an HPRB case on 8th Street. Christian, you've been waiting all evening for your time to shine.
Hi everyone. This is like maybe the most straightforward case that you'll ever get. But essentially this is a building on 8th Street. It is the owner who is the applicant purchased this building. It's a two-story single family row house. He purchased this building from his aunt and uncle. So he is keeping a longtime family house in the family. His proposal is to add a third story with a roof deck and then addition on the back. I think the most important thing for you to know though is that the commission actually voted on a BZA case for this building 3 years ago. And for reasons that the applicant explained, but which is also confusing, HPO never reviewed the historic component of this, and now they're making him come back to HPO to go through the historic process. So the commission voted at the time in 2022 or 2023, voted unanimously to support the rezoning that would enable him to, or the special exemption, excuse me, that would enable him to do this. And so that has not changed. The only thing he is looking for is a letter of support for the Historic Preservation Review Board for the case. They are doing, in that regard, they're doing, the most important things are that they're doing some facade improvements. It's been reviewed by HPO staff. The committee voted to support it unanimously. I am happy to share more details, but
I move to support the letter.
Is there a second? Any discussion, debate? All those in favor of the letter as presented, please raise your Zooms. 1, 2, 3. That's 7 in favor. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, ZPD, for the
Cool.
detailed, wonderful work.
I love when we call them zooms, like little zoomies.
Little zoomies. I like zoomies. Final thing on the agenda, Commissioner Fay, resolution regarding the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act.
Yeah. So Commissioner Holden did a fabulous job working with Chair Trindade Duramo on this. In our last meeting, there was some discussion about the types of questions, and I think a particular question raised by the business community about the impact. It was referred from the commission to the Economic Development Committee. Economic Development Committee heard from some members of the business community, discussed amongst the committee, and recommended a couple of modest additions and changes to the document. I'm happy to highlight the changes that we made very quickly. Chair, do you mind or want to pull that up and I'll just go
I'm on it.
through?
You can start talking.
Okay. So there are really like three things that we changed. And the first was going from saying that we support to simply saying that we believe that this bill has the potential to have a very positive impact, and that we would like them to pay close attention to the kind of the things that we're raising. And I think that the rationale there was that the principle of the bill is very good. It is a massive, I read through it as a part of this. It's a massive, massive bill with lots and lots of technical elements and things that need to get built out and funded and run on an ongoing basis. And so we said, gosh, it would be really good for you to put some additional detail into this. And so the first change was, believes that the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act could have a positive impact on the environment of the District of Columbia, and recommends that the council's committee, blah, 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 mark it up and pay it, addressing the questions raised by the community and this commission is detailed below. So that was kind of number one change. No change to the second, no change to the third. To the fourth, I think we said, yep. So this whole program is going to be funded by the distributors. So the district essentially has written this to say, hey, we're not going to fund this ourselves. The money that's required to start this program has to be funded upfront by all the distributors who are bringing cans and bottles into the District of Columbia. And one of the concerns that was raised is, gosh, if we have a couple of small distributors who say, well, I can't afford to do that, do we potentially, lose small distributors, block them from this market, reduce competition, et cetera? And so we just wanted them to be kind of careful and to have an eye on that. I think there was one other small change that we made, but it was just a tweak to one of the other ones. Let me see if I've got my red line still up. Sorry.
This one's new.
Got it. Hold on, let me come back to my screen. Or implement the agencies to work closely with the business community. No, believe it or not, that was given to us. So you guys had actually already come up with that one, which really covered one of the big bases that we had wanted to make sure we addressed. So, like I said, Commissioner Holden and his committee did a fabulous job. So with that said, all I wanted to do was to highlight the fact that the Economic Development Committee had comments from the business community, weighed in with some additional concerns or questions. And then I want to hand this back to Commissioner Trindade Drummer because it is his and Commissioner Holden's resolution.
I only have one thing to say, which is that the legislative process in this ANC worked exactly as it's supposed to, and this is also true of the hours resolution that we passed earlier. Committees did their job. The products are stronger. I'm extremely happy. Thanks.
I move to support the resolution.
Thank you.
I second.
All those in favor of the resolution, please raise
No
your hand.
discussion.
No.
Just quick.
Yes,
quick question.
you may.
Call the question.
So this is basically the bottle bill. Is
Yes.
that correct?
100%.
Got it. Okay. So we're still burdening the small businesses. Got it. Okay, cool. Got it.
Yeah.
Et cetera, with caveats and additions. I hear the motion to call the question. All those in favor of the resolution as presented this evening, please raise your zoomies. That's 5. All those opposed? How many zoomies? Stephen, did you vote both ways? Two opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much. I believe we have nothing else. Anything? All right. The meeting's adjourned at 11:11. Good luck. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. God bless.